All right, good evening, everyone. Take two. So I didn't really change that much. There's one, so it seemed like things kind of got resolved, and then I made one small change in my background settings. Oh, I saw something that made me nervous. So I have a feeling that it's going to be a little bit of a rough ride tonight. Um, So the internet tech will be coming on the 5th. I have a feeling they're going to say, I don't know what the heck is wrong. And it's going to have been an even bigger waste of time than it was, um, yes, or Wednesday. But I should probably do my proper introductions as before. Let me just take a quick second here and make sure I've got my quality options. I do, so that's a bit of good news. But yeah, I'm starting later. I know this has been a bit of a regular thing, and I'm hoping that this is going to be. Look, so I don't want to say that this is going to be the last stream where man, it is testing the edge of drop frames. I don't think there's been anything. So one of the reasons why I'm doing this longer start is I do actually want to give I want to see what a live stream looks like on drop frames. Yep, now we're starting again. If anybody's kind of out and around and okay participating with chat, I'd love to know if the audio zips out or buffers every once in a while. We will go into the game in a little bit, but I want to just sort of start layering this stuff in line by line. But anyways, I don't want to say that late night starts on Fridays are going to stop. I do sort of need to sort out my stuff. But we're into the start of the new fiscal year. I already did my review and everything. And I'm hoping that's going to mean that I'm sort of running a little less hot over the next few weeks. And I'm also hoping that means that for things like, my weekends become my weekends again. My evenings are well defined and I'm not like putting the extra effort in on work. Just I'm trying to come back to some equilibrium. The weather is starting to get a little bit better, and so I've sort of really missed going out for a lot of walks, and that's one of the things I've been spending the evening for. It was actually kind of cold out tonight, so maybe I shouldn't have gone for the walk. But overall, I'm hoping to try and bring the stream kind of back to something of a more regular schedule. Now, let's see how the game runs with some. We'll see how the stream runs with the game going. I don't think it's like a limitation of the processor. I think it's a problem with my internet connection. But I've got a couple minutes in here with a few dropped frames, but nothing that I don't think it's anything that people are going to notice. So let's see what happens when I. Oh, come on. Where's Darkest Dungeon? There we go. We now move on to phase 2 of my plan.
Ruin has come to our family. You remember our venerable house? Opulent and imperial, gazing proudly from its stoic perch above the moor. I lived all my years in that ancient, rumor-shadowed manor, fattened by decadence and luxury. And yet I began to tire of conventional extravagance. Singular, unsettling tales suggested the mansion itself was a gateway to some fabulous and unnameable power. With relic and ritual, I've bent every effort towards the excavation and recovery of those long-buried secrets, exhausting what remained of our family fortune on swarthy workmen and sturdy shovels. At last, in the salt-soaked crags beneath the lowest foundations, we unearthed that damnable portal antediluvian evil. Our every step unsettled the ancient earth. But we were in a realm of death and madness. In the end, I alone fled laughing and wailing through those blackened arcades of antiquity. Until consciousness failed me. You remember our venerable house. Opulent and imperial. It is a festering abomination. I beg you, return home, claim your birthright, and deliver our family from the ravenous, clutching shadows of the darkest dungeon.
Okay, now I'm really interested here. I'll read the intro. Darkest Dungeon is about making the most of a bad situation. Quests will fail or must be abandoned. Heroes will die, and when they die, they stay dead. Progress autosaves constantly, so actions are permanent. The game expects a lot out of you. How far will you push your adventurers? How much are you willing to risk in your quest to restore the hamlet? What will you sacrifice to save the life of your favorite hero? Thankfully, there are always fresh souls arriving on the stagecoach, seeking both adventure and fame in the shadow of the darkest dungeon. So I have a suspicion that right now, and then also a little bit at the end of the introduction, the buffering might have started. So just so I can get an idea, like here's the dilemma I have. I am like completely ready to go in for the long haul and beat this game, and the last thing I want to do is have a cool moment like that ruined by people looking at some stupid loading screen, like right at the moment we finish the game. So I gotta ask you, I'm sorry to do this, I hate forced audience interaction, but is this actually manageable, or is the stream not watchable right now? Because I don't mind putting this on hold. I know it sucks to say that I'm about to play Darkest Dungeon, but I do not mind waiting for my internet connection to actually get its act together. I will change ISPs if I have to. But I don't want to I don't want to botch it, basically. I'll go into the hamlet because we're not committed to doing a run until I get a response back. But I don't know. I am gonna kind of need to rely on chat's experience a bit. Only just loaded his chat, so refreshed. Oh, okay, gotcha, Olaf.
Our family name, once so well regarded, is now barely whispered aloud by decent folk.
I mean, now it's okay. It's a tough call, right? Because it does seem to be intermittent. But let's well, like I said, let me at least get stuff set up. And if it seems like we're going to be in a situation where I can't actually deliver. Yeah, if I can't deliver on like a good finale, we'll figure it out. It's a bit of a buffer during the intro. Maybe you're no, Pidmaz. It is 100% my internet. I've talked with my ISP about it. I spent an hour when I should have been broadcasting on Wednesday for a really cool game called Phantom Brigade, specifically dealing with this. I think the thing that bothered me the most was that it took an hour on what is like the most basic first tier support kind of nonsense that I already did before I went in there. And you have to do that whole song and dance to have a tech come out for you. And the thing is that the tech, it's entirely possible they're going to do what I did when I went in, which is run a quick test, see whether or not the drops are happening. And if I happen to be unlucky enough that the drops don't happen, like when I was running the test for this broadcast, then I will have waited to have nothing happen, and then I'm just going to come back to another broadcast and and have it suck again. But let's not be too pessimistic about that. I'm going to give it a shot. If it seems like it's going to get in the way of a good time, like a good finale, we will reevaluate where we're at. But for now, let's give it a shot. Let's see where we're at. Let me actually see. Can I start recording? I cannot. And can I change that really quick? No, I cannot. All right, well, that's life. And I think I just set my mouse to the wrong. Yeah. Sorry, the mouse is going to be off off kilter a bit. Now, I was making some notes as to my ideal team. I wonder if I still have them on the... I write way too many notes. Because I actually forget what I was going to do for my... Oh, here we go. So I had like a Hellion Highwayman, Bounty Hunter, Jester, Vestal. Okay, actually, so yeah, let's take a quick second here. So do I have my level 6 Jester and Vestal? Doesn't look like I do. Yeah, they're all getting healed. Okay. How about bounty hunters? Okay, also level 4. Shield breaker. We've got a level 5 there, so that wouldn't hurt to try and level up. I'm getting some ideas here. Yeah, I don't want to cheese the game. I mean, it's my first chance to beat it on my own terms, right? Besides, we've got a full roster here, so it's really a question of who I'm leveling up. Oh. There is a small temptation to go and try the Garden Guardian. Now, I am going to need... Well, I guess I have penetration with the Shield Breaker. Now, the Grave Robber is a bit of a tough call because... they're a little under-leveled. I could give it a shot. But I'm pretty sure everybody else has to be... Kind of want to bring Olaf on this as well, but I know Olaf isn't necessarily the best call against against a high protection. Okay, I might be getting the buffering again, and there's a question as to whether or not the Antiquarian's going to be adding anything. Yeah, so I guess the question here would be, who is the healer? I think it would be kind of reckless to try the Fallen Guardian right now. I don't mind leveling up some 5s, but I think maybe something a little less savory. Okay. I do like the idea of a long one. The 100% of room battles is the only thing that makes me a bit nervous. Bumper Crop's not a bad event. Caregivers Convention. Ooh, actually Caregivers Convention might be a good one. Okay, apparently I just really like collars. So we'll bring Olaf along on this one. There is the question as to whether or not I can make things work with a position for Highwayman. I don't think so. Then again, there's no reason for me to bring the Grave Robber this time. Well, nah, let's not get too fancy. That'll do. So let's load everyone out. And the one thing I will... Oh, sorry. I should have done it by character class. One thing I will ask on this, let's use this as a bit of a trial run as to whether or not we should go too far with Darkest Dungeon tonight. If the run isn't at a quality where you think it would be good for like the final run, if you think it would be more enjoyable to see the big finale in better conditions, please let me know. And then I'll maybe leave it for the channel to decide whether or not we want to do some of these intermediate runs for another time as well. But let's use this as the trial run. This is going to move some level 5s up to level 6, and we'll see whether or not this. We'll see whether or not we can make this happen. Many a cart driver has met their end while traversing the Weald. A king's ransom of medicines was recently abandoned. They would greatly assist in rebuilding this sickly hamlet. Okay, so gotta remember what I'm doing. "16 torches is a bit extreme. That's good enough for me. Although, maybe the other thing I want to do is take a look at people who I might be taking into the Darkest Dungeon. Let's see if we can get rid of some negative traits. Alright, now we're ready to go. No, we're not, because that's not where I wanted to go. At least I remembered shovels this time, right?
Our land is remote and unneighbored. Every lost resource must be recovered.
So I think in these ones, it doesn't really matter. Like
Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption.
It
formed with misintent.
It could seem like it seems like you can find the items that you're looking for anywhere, including in the halls. So in this case, this is effectively a, explore all rooms situation. Speaking of, I have a really bad habit of bringing antiquarians on the collect everything missions, but that's life. Okay, I think probably my Highwayman's my best trap handler. Interesting. So I gave this character a big buff to ranged skills, even though at the time they had all their melee skills equipped. Curious. Jesus, It's a really early
If only treasure
hunger
could
event.
staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
This is a pretty unkind start, giving me 2 blockages, but we did at least find one of the medicine entries. Oh, crap. Everything here is miserable. So I figure there's going to be high blight resist here. I think we'll just go for the Pierce, and we do want to take care of the Hateful Virago.
Well struck.
Wow. That was a disaster of a start.
How quickly the tide turns. The abyss returns even the boldest gaze.
Close.
Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
So this one I'm going to try Festering Vapors just because it might do... Ugh. I just really needed the damage.
The horror.
That bad, huh? Olaf? Man, like... I pay way too much for the service. And like I said, I said this Wednesday too, like... every streamer complains about this, but like I wouldn't have the internet package I have save for streaming. There is one job for these people to handle, and they are just blowing it every time. Yeah, like what I'm seeing right now is basically unwatchable from my end. So I'll get through to the end on this encounter. I'll do my best not to like run after this this particular fight, but I think we're gonna have to. Oh Christ!
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
I think we're gonna have to have a chat about whether or not, like right now, I've not seen the green for a working connection for the past 2 turns.
Fear consumes the mind.
I think we're gonna need to have a chat to see whether or not this is what people. Yeah. God damn it. You know what? I try not to.
Continually onslaught.
I'm fucking angry at my ISP right now. Like, I'm sorry. I try not to like make this my problem or that, but this is totally unacceptable. This is a joke. So Rogers Communications, crappy internet provider who wants to buy up another telecom company in Canada, absolutely cannot compete on the merits of its service, and so far as I can tell, is just going to wind up making the telecom landscape even worse through this acquisition. Like, I'm running at half the frame rate that the stream should be right now. So, yeah, there we go. I got it out of my system. I'm really sorry, because, like, obviously this combat's going really tough as well. But like I said, let's get through the bad place, and we'll regroup, both emotionally as well as stream-wise. The thing is, if I'm on tilt on stream, that there's permanent consequences in Darkest Dungeon for this sort of stuff.
Death by inches.
This is catastrophic. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to keep healing the... we're going to keep... I'm glad that you could at least hear that bit, Olaf. We're going to keep healing the shield breaker, because right now the aim is to... Like, we got to get through this. We'll think about how to recover the torches, but like honestly right now what I need to make sure is that I don't put everything into finishing this encounter. Like I want to make sure that I can recover the rest of this run without investing everything into recovering this.
But never hidden.
Okay, so we don't have any laudanum. That's a choice on my part in the end. Like, I have to own that. Let's go holy water for you. And I am going to try and tough it out. But obviously we've got a ton of stress damage that we have to contend with. So we know there's a fight coming up here. Okay, so being able to inflict some more blight would be best, I suppose. Yeah, that gets me through the protection, so I think that's the right call here. Normally I would like to use the pistol shot, but let's... Well, unless I can... Actually, I get a shot on the Brigand Hunter, so... Change my mind there. And let's spread the love. So I'm almost certain that we're going to wind up with some full stress people on this run. But if we can get some people up to level, if we get everybody up to level 6, like we can bench them and stress recover them for a bit. So this is definitely going to be a pretty high attrition little run. But I think in the end it's going to be worth it. And that's neat. I actually kind of like... It's interesting that you say that, or neat, or... I actually really prefer the Cove music. Not a knock on the Wield at all, but Cove is definitely my favorite out of it. And again, I really do apologize for the quality here, folks. If I'd known it would be like this, I probably wouldn't have started streaming tonight. Like, over almost a third of the frames have dropped on this broadcast already. But you know, I'm gonna do my best to push through, and we'll see what we can do afterwards. I may have to just wrap it up early, because at this kind of a rate, I don't really think it's possible to even do like a turn-based game. If it's gonna get in the way of the audio, then you know, even me talking about something is not gonna work. But we'll see what we can do. This is what you usually get with your frames with your potato device. Oh, sorry to hear that. I mean, yeah, I think the thing that bugs me the most is that, like, I kind of have to play a game with my ISP of, like, I don't ever actually pretend to unsubscribe, but, like,
for a task well performed.
I do on a fairly regular basis see my cost go up because they're only ever going to do temporary sort of price changes. They actually lied to me about a plan change, and it resulted in me having 5 gigabytes less even after they fixed the problem. Oh, this is a problem here. I can't go through 2 obstacles without generating too much stress. So I'm going to head down here because this gives me access to more rooms, but it's entirely possible there's stuff we need back here. So, like, you know, beyond just a really and I mean, I get everybody's, like, telecom company is like this. Like, nobody likes telecom providers. But this is well and truly, like, inconveniencing me in every possible way. On top of So again, we really want to kill the witch in this case. Like, it's not just that it's a question of inconvenience and such, but it's genuinely like even paying more than I should, I can't really rely on that.
Will to fight.
Debating on spreading the love, but I think in this case we'll just we'll whittle them down. So I can do. I guess I can't do the block, but I can. It's weird to put my highwaymen up front like that, but. Oh. Why did everybody suddenly get so good at dodging? Now we're going to be fighting for position up here. Well, that's a
victories mount. So too will resistance.
That's a nice bonus, I suppose, Olaf. But yeah, I'm really sorry about this. I mean, especially because I know you have to wind up like waiting for the stream most of the time. So that's pretty crappy of me to put on a show like this. Yeah, I think one of the things that's been coming up. So, I'm in a weird position at work. So I think most of you know that work's been a real drag lately. But I did get a bit of good news, which is that a promotion that I've been looking for years, apparently I'm finally going to be getting that, sort of. So, apparently the way they're going to do this is I'm getting it for 4 months. Now, apparently the way that sort of these acting things work is that in practice this becomes permanent until it like gets written in, like it's sort of de facto permanent, like it'll just be renewed or whatever, until it becomes sort of de jure permanent. But like obviously 4 months for a promotion is not a very long time, and one of the reasons, so like overall the one thing I do, like I don't want to sound ungrateful on it, like obviously this is an actual tangible result as opposed to what I've normally gotten, which is just words that nobody's ever sort of held accountable for when the time comes to actually deliver, and the fact that they failed to deliver on it. But still, right, like, it is 4 months. So what interests me, though, is just from, like, a management point of view. Because what this is doing for my personal response to this sort of stuff, I'm still going to do job searches. I'm still going to, like, my behavior as far as whether or not I'm going to continue on where I'm at is not changing until that becomes a permanent thing. Like, why, like 4 months just gives me a nice little runway to, you know, to try and find something a little more fulfilling. And again, like I don't want to sound ungrateful on this sort of stuff. Like the direct manager that I have right now is great. Unfortunately, what happened when I actually didn't have the time that I should have gotten the promotion, effectively they asked people who very clearly do not like me. It's like, what do you think? Do you think this person should move up? And of course they're going to say, no, this guy's an absolute scumbag. And of course, the thing that drives me nuts is that, I could have told you what they would have said. This is a disaster. I'm glad that the Nasher didn't get a move, but...
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
But as far as I'm concerned, this,
decimated.
Effectively what this is that this is giving me the position that I should have had months ago.
Be wary. Triumphant
And ultimately a very questionable procedure prevented me from getting. Yeah, the big thing here is that
waiting to be
at the risk of sounding ungrateful, in the end, my behavior is really not going to change all that much. They're still very much at the risk of losing me, because I just don't think 4 months is really all that reasonable for me to to say, oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna hinge my job prospects on on this working out over that period of time. But obviously they're out the money on the promotion. So in this case, it kind of seems to be the worst of both worlds for both parties to the transaction, for the simple reason that presumably they know I've got 1 foot out the door at this point. I don't really have the certainty with regards to my position at work, and they don't have the certainty in terms of being able to keep me. So it's this weird position where everybody's unhappy with the state of affairs, I guess. Oh, a secret room, cool. But with that in mind, it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say it's bad news to know that you're moving up in a job. So that is one bit of good news. We're gonna drop the paintings just because I really don't need any heirlooms anymore. Yeah. Okay, I think now's not a bad time for me to do the firewood. There is the worry, if we have to go through this obstacle, there's going to be, well, this is genuinely a tough call. But yeah, I think let's do the firewood.
A spark without kindling.
Oh, did I eat all my food? Damn it, I should have paid attention. This is definitely dangerous. So I have a feeling we're going to have a dream tonight, which is going to be a problem. I'm blessed with good health for today, at least. Seems like we are likely to survive. That's good, at least. We must be on our guard. I'll take the first watch.
The way is
okay.
lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
So the priority here is going to be on conserving sort of the health of the party, so that we can get past the obstacle. If I want a little extra challenge, I suppose that's an option.
Foolish horrors.
I do genuinely feel bad about eating all of that food. I was really not paying attention, but we'll get through it. Okay, there's a second medicine. That's concerning, but we'll persevere. So I'm doing the Grave Shot Blast not because it's a it's not really because it's a very effective attack, but it's the way that I can do damage to the Brigand Hunter. So I'm hoping a Zealous Accusation can mop these two up. Okay, that was a much needed crit. Jesus, and I give all that back?
Palpable fear.
Okay. Progress. The second we find that next medicine, where we call it, so.
Masterfully executed.
Now this is a bit of a problem because there's going to be 6 damage on the Crusader that I can't really heal.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end. Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
So there'll be a fight, but oh, thank goodness. That was very, very lucky. Get back to the hamlet.
These medicines will prevent the outbreak of epidemic at our struggling hamlet.
So, I mean, I think that got a little bit better quality-wise at the end. Let's... Oh god, there's so much to do. But everybody came out as level 6, so, I mean, again, we're gonna have to deal with some crazy, crazy illnesses. But, I gotta admit that...
of rare and exotic injuries makes this place perfect for the study of suffering.
Yeah, I'm happy. I mean, obviously that had a really, really tough start. And I was obviously not feeling like God's gift to streaming in the middle of drop frames, so that was a pleasant surprise that all turned out. So I guess we don't have anybody else we can heal from sickness for the time being. Not quite ready for that yet. Actually, okay, so priority number 1, let's see if we can kick out some people. Not really. Okay, so next up, let's see who we're going to take on an adventure. The priority should be those, so it was, okay, so do I have a level 6? I'm going to do a quick inventory here. So, level 6 Hellion, no. Level 6 Highwayman, yes, actually. Okay, let's try that again. It's not going to include the people who are being treated, is it? Okay. It's level 6 Shieldbreaker, yes. Bounty Hunter, no. Jester and Vestal, I believe, are level 4 right now. Oof. Gotta look at that. I actually specifically made a note of Olaf the Second because I want to make sure I have Olaf the Second as an option. And Clanger? What the hell was I thinking when I wrote that? Anyways, Hellion Highwayman, Shieldbreaker, Bounty Hunter, Jester, Vestal. Those are what I had on my short list. Inexplicably, I've got 2 Antiquarians, which we're not going to take on the last fight. But I do have my Highwayman. I do have my Flagellant, which for some reason wasn't on that list. But I did want to have my... So... Oh, this sucks. Bounty Hunter's got too much stress to be useful. I can still probably do a run with level 4 people, but... Oh, actually, I don't think I can. I do know that you can get, depending on the team that you build. I never really paid too much attention to which ones I can wind up with, but... I guess I gotta... It definitely leaves me short on people to bring on the expeditions, though. Well, let's see what we can work with. So again, we got a bunch of level 4 people. That means we can take them on a level 3 mission. And because we're going to have a healer, we can afford to go for the long haul, but looks like we don't have too many options here. Lost and Found sounds like a good event. It's also the Cove, so I get to hear the fancy music. Okay. So let's try and go for as many levels as we can get out of this. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to level up a Man-at-Arms. So I got to admit, this is not exactly the team I had in mind when I started on this, but I'm a little short on like people I can throw in the front, so I think I'll just have to get used to some weird lineups. Now, one other thing I want to do is deal with whatever remaining stress. Okay. So are we okay for me doing another round? This is definitely not like a high priority group for me to level up, so I don't think we lose too much if it goes sideways again, but it does actually seem to have sort of balanced out a little bit. Okay, cool. So... Well, it's kind of hard not to take the combo. I do like the idea of like putting 2 eye patches on the Man-at-Arms, but even I have my limits on silliness. Huh. If I recall correctly, the dog counts as a ranged weapon. Definitely a very risky build with this, but... And there is one thing that I neglected to check. I haven't been seeing whether or not I can level up some of my crew, so let's just take a quick second and see. Ooh, yeah. Let's get our people kitted out. I was already there. At this point, we're doing fine for money, so we'll just level it all up. Okay, so gather 3 ancestors' relics. Honestly, I'm just doing this because of Lost and Found. So, your ancestor was receiving Eldritch relics via marine shipments. Find and return them to town where they can be stored safely out of the hands of greater evils. I do so love it when you all use those emotes. Thank you. Okay, we'll do 24 and 16 just because obviously like last time I wound up in a bit of a tight spot. I think we'll skimp on the rest of the... Oh, sorry, and shovels. I think we'll skimp... no, you know what? I'm also going to bring a stack of bandages because of the Yucca Crusher. And we don't actually have a lot of armor penetration. So the Yucca Crusher is something I kind of need to worry about.
Recover these
that's not true.
of rarities,
the Grave Robber.
that we may prevent them from falling into even less scrupulous hands.
Alright, so Hound's Harry so we can deal some damage to the back row. We don't have any way of hitting the back. But of course we can just fight through it. That's kind of the plan for most of this. We're not quite damaged enough yet, and if I do Dazzling Light, it gets me a little extra torch. So one of my favorite features of the Cove battle music is when you hit the more intense version of this, you get to hear a lot of the brass come in. That's not exclusive to this level by any means. Certainly is it the ruins? Like the first dungeon. That's also true for it. I think it's true for all of them. And there's they use a tool. I think it's is it WWise or Fmod that does it? I think it's Fmod. Anyways, like there's a whole bunch of little triggers for like particular in-game events to kind of provoke certain music cues from coming up. It's actually kind of neat to see how it all works. I think we'll do a quick Divine Comfort here because we should be wrapping up. Yeah, we'll be wrapping. Wow. All right. Yeah. Essentially, we just need to wait this out. Although,
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Why not take advantage of the skill? Okay, so same story here. We do want to sort of prioritize the Cultist Enchantress, so normally I would do the Hound's Rush, but we also have Pelagic Oracle. Now, the fish people the game does tell you, and if you look on the like the numbers, right, bleed 70 versus bleed 40, like the game does say that these things are very resistant to bleed, and yet I very rarely actually have them resist the bleed. I don't know if I'm just very lucky or I've got a little bit of a blind spot for the times that it doesn't work out, but like the game is telling me, and it's clear it's true. Like, as far as what's written down, I can't argue with that, being an accurate statement. Just in practice, I've never actually really felt the pressure on it. So, obviously that time it didn't turn out. But again, like I said, it tends to work out quite a bit more than I feel like it should. So I've never been that worried about doing bleed on fish people. I'm not going to use up the bandage, well, unless it's like a catastrophic amount of damage, but... Beautiful.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
I'm not too worried about this guy just because... Ah, damn it. I was really hoping we could get one more hit in. So this is a pretty obvious one just because we want to hit through the protection. Ah, nice.
A death by inches.
So the worry here is that they put the Barnacle Berry on the Pelagic Oracle, but I don't know if... I guess there isn't a cooldown on the... I don't think there's a cooldown for our abilities at the very least, but... let's do a Dazzling Light just because we'll probably have a couple of turns with the Bulwark.
A blazing star is born.
So I don't want to treat it like we've beaten this guy, but this is definitely the time when I'm going to start thinking about what are some of the ways that I can get a little extra heal in. So for instance, like trying to do a stun on this guy is a bit of a waste just because we've got bleed, which we want to try and account for. We can do a stun.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
All right. Sorry, if you can just give me a quick second here. All right.
The light, the promise of safety.
And again, I don't really have as much to say about these dungeons for the simple reason that I'm really just doing them for the experience. It's one of the reasons why I've been trying to prioritize these large dungeons if I can. Let's get the Grave Robber on it. The hero's resilience is heightened. And it's just to put... the long-term hope is to have a party that can take on the final boss.
Reward for a task well performed.
Some things are better left unopened. Fortune smirks, at least. I quite like that line. There's a number of lines that I like, but Fortune smirks is definitely something that's worked its way in my day-to-day conversation. But my favorite class in this game. So once I loaded up the Crimson Court content, I actually really like the Flagellant. And as far as gameplay is concerned, I actually think it's a bit of a class after my own heart because, particularly those of you who've been watching me on this sort of renewed run, know that I have a tendency to push the team well past what sense and taste would, declare reasonable. But it usually works out as well. And I feel like the Flagellant is very much a class aligned with that kind of play. Because it becomes stronger when it's on low health, and it gives benefit to the team when it's at death's door, and you can get even more buffs when you can opt into making it even more powerful when it's at death's door. But of course, when you're at death's door, like there's no further elaboration. Like, death's door means only one thing. And so, as we ran into at last stream, no less, like, sometimes you can be set up to be very resistant to death's door, and you can still have an unlucky roll. And, just too bad. That's just the way that it works. So I think probably that would definitely be a favorite that came out once I tried the new one. I am actually beginning to appreciate the shield breaker a bit too. Normally I'm very set in my ways as far as positioning for the team, but the shield breaker made me better at the highwayman. So those are two that I like. And of course the highwayman would be one that I would be one from the base game, because even the shield breaker is a DLC class. But that would, I guess I gave you 3 there, but that's sort of, I'd give that a ranking in terms of how many how many of the different DLC you count. I also think probably my play will reveal that there's some classes I use more often than others. The bounty hunter does ridiculous damage, so I'm also beginning to appreciate that a little bit more. But I don't know, I feel like doing a lot of damage doesn't mean that you're a favorite class. It just means you're a very useful class. Do you have a favorite Pinmas? Oh yeah, actually, there was something I was meaning to say to you too. So you were talking about the obviously, I'll respond to whatever you have to say about your favorite class, but there's something I was meaning to say about the introduction to you. One of the things that impresses me so much about the opening is how many of the things that you wind up seeing inside the dungeons are present in that opening cinematic. And I think one of the reasons I like that is because it sort of reminds you that the Darkest Dungeon was not the product of a development studio or development team that had, like limitless resources to realize this vision. That, it's an indie game. It's a couple of people who I believe worked together before. I think it was a DS game that they'd worked on, and then I should have hit the Gladiator. Oh well. Anyways, they had their savings. They were working off of what they had, and I don't know if the Kickstarter covered the entire cost of the game, or if they were just in a pretty good spot after it. But it's people who've got this really good idea for a game and are trying to realize it. But it's just neat to see so many resources used, and not in a way that draws your attention to them. But it still kind of it's got this kind of continuity in terms of the visuals, because obviously it's the exact same item. But it's not. It's done in a really subtle way so that you don't actually necessarily notice that most of the stuff that you see, for instance, in the Ancestors' room, are items that you actually find inside the dungeon as you're moving around. Some of them actually wind up being curios that you can interact with. I kind of like that each time I watch that introduction, I get to, find, just a little detail. And I think it's just because I like seeing stuff like that, because it makes me... it's a little bit like movies.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Where, obviously most of the locations that you see inside of a movie are not actually real places. Very, very little of what you'll see on television
is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Is shot in a home or anything like that. Normally it's a soundstage, particularly if it's a location that you see frequently. I kind of want to kill the Stinger because of the stun, but it's better to kill the Enchantress first. Damn it. But yeah, it's twofold. So number one is just a reminder that this is... a really well-crafted, like it's a team of limited resources kind of using everything that they can to make a really unique and fun experience. And I think I also like that because, again, that sort of TV element where I kind of get to appreciate the craftsmanship, where I get to say, it's like, oh, hey, yeah, there's a little detail. It's like, they were able to, instead of making, like, so if you just think about it, right, you only have so much time to be able to draw art. So it's like, instead of drawing something that would only ever appear in this cutscene, they were able to use something that I see later on in the game, which meant they put more time into the gamey stuff that I like playing, as opposed to the the cutscenes, which are fine, but they're not the essence of the Darkest Dungeon to me by any stretch of the imagination.
So too will resistance.
It's just kind of a chance for me to appreciate that this game is, I guess, very lean. It would be a way. I know, like, lean is a management thing that everybody, like, managers without any better ideas get really gaga over, I think, is probably the best way to put it. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just a little detail that I like about the game. I appreciate about it, because again, like, I really do enjoy big games. So I know there's a lot of streamers, particularly among smaller streamers, who like to say, it's like, yeah, I just like doing indie stuff.
Gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
And I think to a certain extent there's a reason for that, right? Because of course, small channels sort of live and die by their ability to find a niche, to be, unique. And indie games do the same as well. An indie game doesn't necessarily need to appeal to 10 million people to be able to make its money back. 10 million people is a lot, by the way. I don't think there's a lot of games that appeal to 10 million people. But they need to be able to appeal to enough people to sort of pay everyone and leave enough in the bank for the next game.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
So I think there's a little bit of a selection mechanism going on there. I really hate the fact that I'm going to be splitting the attention here, but yeah, I'm doing it. Got a lucky bleed. I was really hoping I'd take out at least one. So, I kind of get, and I mean, I like strategy stuff, right? Strategy, this is less so the case. I was going to say, like, strategy isn't necessarily, like, the hot genre, right? I think it's fair to say that XCOM definitely reinvigorated that. And I mean, Civilization's always gonna have its space, and rightly so. Like, Civilization's an amazing game. But like, strategy, we're not in the time when, like, real-time strategy, I guess this would be like the Command and Conquer and, like, Warcraft period.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Was like a huge thing. Okay, same problem here. We've got two stress dealers in the back. Even though I from a streaming perspective and also my tastes, I seem like I should be the sort of person who's, like, exclusively indies. I actually really like big popular games. Like, I'm very happy that I've got my EA Play Pro subscription, because I like playing EA games, and I like big budget games that are these huge spectacles. But of course, I also really like very focused games that are doing something original, like Darkest Dungeon. So, I don't know, like, just to be able to see a game do such a good job of maybe punching above its... Maybe that's what I'm trying to say about Darkest Dungeon, is that it's a game that I sort of feel punches above its weight in every regard. It's actually one reason why I'm really interested to see what happens to Darkest Dungeon 2, to see what the finished product looks like, because presumably Red Hook has a bit more wherewithal to sort of, realize a particular vision. And it's not to say that the Darkest Dungeon is compromised by any stretch of the imagination, but it's definitely a team that has access to more resources than maybe they could have relied on when Darkest Dungeon was just a good idea. Anyway, sorry, that was a ridiculously long digression. I'm just happy that I'm not dropping frames anymore.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
So if any one of these wind up being the relics, I'm going to have to drop something out of the pack. But, oh, well, speaking of the relic.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
The firewood's not worth anything, so... As long as you like the system talk, that's the important part. It looks like we're starting to drop again. Yeah, like this wasn't a really huge return, right? Most of the stuff we had was for survival, but again, we've got a decent little cash reserve. Now, unfortunately, we wound up with a bunch of sickness, so I don't have a whole I am trying to move these people up.
A finely crafted instrument of butchery and bloodshed, yours for the taking.
By the way, with a name like Chauncey, have any of you... This is an old movie, but have any of you seen or heard of a movie starring Peter Sellers called Being There? As always, we're just seeing if we can kick anyone out. We've got all level 0s, so the answer to that is no. Next up, I'm going to see potential... Ooh. Correct, Olaf. Why should I have known that you would be the one to know that? Yeah, it's a wonderful movie. And I bring it up because, I mean, Forrest Gump is now an old movie too. But like the premise is very similar, I would say, but it's a I might as well just buy this all now. At least for the level 3s, because we know they're not getting any higher. But yeah, no, it's a God, why was I thinking of that one? Sorry, there was a point I was going to make about it, and I totally lost it. I should probably drink this coffee rather than just look at it in front of me. Okay. So, again, the name of the game is to try and get a team together that can handle the the Darkest Dungeon. There's not quite the same appeal to bring Mathen in because we already have a level 6 Grave Robber. Whereas the Man-at-Arms, the Bounty Hunter, the Jester, these are all roles that I do actually want to see move up. So I'm definitely bringing the Jester because that is a high priority character. Unfortunately, it looks like we only have short adventures. Hellion was on the list. I don't think we I definitely want to bring the Bounty Hunter. That was on the list. So we need a position 4, and I guess it's a question of what's available. I don't think we have a level 6 occult. No, Frankenvinder's the level 6 occultist, right? Yeah. Not quite the same argument for bringing... Oh, do we have a... I don't think we have a Plague Doctor in level 6 anymore. Wouldn't be my first pick for the final battle, but it doesn't hurt to have options. The Faces of Stress. I wonder what... I think I'll do explore 90% of rooms. Okay. I need to make sure that everybody's got their ability. I'm pretty sure we've got the weapons already. We just did that. Oh god, yes. And again, I'm pretty wealthy, so we'll just load it all up. Maybe as a precaution, let's just double check that we've got what we need. Yeah. I am going to need to load up some trinkets, but before I do that, let's cure people of what ails them. So again, I'm probably not going to bring the Antiquarian, but all right. And do we have any trinkets? Well, we have trinkets. Do we need trinkets? Works for me. Don't really have any stuns. Probably a bit better. Wait. Yeah, we want the Explorer. It's a short one, so I don't have too much to worry about. I think that'll do us. Obviously, there's a small worry about things like, bleed and blight, but the Plague Doctor should mostly help us with that. I'm still trying to remember what the hell I was going to say about being there.
I knew all these paths once. Now they are as twisted as my own ambitions.
Let's... Honestly, an empty room is always a nice little opportunity.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Oh, here's one thing I can share. So I, for the better part of a week, have avoided talking about this thing, and then on my way home to do this stream, I got 3 push notifications over the stupid Will Smith slap. And I just don't care. I don't understand why everyone lost their mind over this. It is not worth talking about, and I am mad that this has been a thing long enough that I am now somewhat compelled to talk about this. Actually, you know what? Okay, how many of you have heard of the meditations from Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, basically writing his blog?
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
Let's get them... Yeah, we'll do the mark on the Gargoyle.
A brilliant confluence.
So again, Iron Swan, 1, because there's a position 4, and number 2, it does have a slightly higher crit, and on average, the more, the higher crit elements. That's right, the more often you do a high crit attack, the more likely you're going to see a crit.
Birthplace of dread.
And we might as well do a Plague Grenade, because we may be able to save ourselves the trouble of hitting this guy. Okay, so we are eventually going to need to deal with some stress, but... start with a good old-fashioned bleed.
Inspiration and improvement.
Okay, so we set them up for the heavy... Damn it!
Executed with impunity.
Well done, Olaf. That might, depending on the translation, that might actually have been the line I was looking for as well. Let me just take a quick second while the Gargoyle is making me... So I guess, like, the one I was thinking of is, like... I know it's book 6. I'm pretty sure it's, like, number 50. But let me just take a quick second here. Oh, bless you, MIT. It is in our power to have no opinion about a thing, and not to be disturbed in our soul, for things themselves have no natural power to form our judgments. I swear to God, this needs to be put right over the Twitter logo. I like Twitter. I spend a bunch of time on it. I refresh it. I look at it. But despite the fact that I have a lot of system talk moments, I do not feel obligated to have an opinion about everything. I do realize that I will often have lots of things to say because I have broad interests, but I think that's a little bit different from feeling the need to have a take on something. Because I have opened, so, I've kind of opened myself up in the sense that it's like, well, I'm talking about it, so I suppose I should just, like, you know what? No, I'm going to go against the trend. I do actually have an opinion on this thing, and I'm not going to share it to live the recommendation of good old Marcus. Because who cares? Who cares what the guy who's playing Darkest Dungeon thinks about, the actor slapping the other actor? It's not important. It was never important, and I'm annoyed that I had to get 3 push notifications about it days after the event happened. Especially because Apple TV Plus got an Oscar. I think that's more newsworthy. Everybody wrote that off as, like, Apple's failure, and it's just quietly been doing hit after hit. Like, The Morning Show's good. Haven't seen Foundation yet, but I hear a lot of people like that. I know Ted Lasso was sort of a surprise... hit. Some of their movies are actually really good. Then what was another one? I mean, they've got a bunch of the Peanut stuff. I haven't seen the Jon Stewart one. I heard some of the stuff about the modern monetary theory stuff, and I'm like, oh, that's just going to make me mad. But if you don't tell me what you think about it, how am I meant to know? And then how can I sleep not knowing? I mean, I could... Okay, I'll put it to you this way. If one of you writes in chat, System Chalk, what is your opinion of the slap in the Oscars? I will say it. I'm not going to be that much of a jerk about it. I just don't think it's very interesting. And my opinion, I don't think is interesting or should be very controversial, which is kind of why I don't think it's worth sharing. More importantly, like, there's lots of other things to have an opinion about. Like, it's obviously easy. I think there's something about social media where, like even though I do the streaming thing, I don't really use social media professionally, right? I will just as often, put some variation on shower thoughts on Twitter as I will. Yeah, actually, sorry, Olaf. I did see your response to the 1812 comment. I've never actually seen Farscape. I don't even know if I'd heard of Farscape before you wrote that. But I think I'm gonna do the Adrenaline Rush just because I want the Bone Conscript to die to Blight and then have the Crazed Gnasher be in attack range for next turn. Okay, now I gotta watch it.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
But yeah, like, obviously, like, it's just like my blog, right? Like, sometimes I'll do data stuff, sometimes I'll do gaming stuff, sometimes I'll do, like, I actually kind of want to do more movie stuff, if I'm completely honest. And that's not always great for building. I do like sci-fi.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
I was just, honestly, I wanted to do like some equivalent of a dad joke instead of like a silly April Fool's prank. So that was it. And as it happened, so I don't know how many classical music fans there are in the chat, but so Mahler's Sixth Symphony has a somewhat famous instrument in it. It's a hammer. So you will sometimes see some fun like images of you'll see some fun images of like classical musicians dressed up for the performance, like wielding Mjolnir basically. So I shared that with Johnny Big Time, who doesn't, I mean, you'll know classical that he's heard in like movies, but like isn't necessarily someone who is particularly well versed in it. So I was sort of sharing that with him, and then eventually I got to the 1812 Overture, which he had heard.
Give them no quarter.
Oh, I blew this. Okay, we'll inspire. So he might make a new slime. Never mind.
Obliterated.
But yeah, so I moved on to the 1812 Overture and the fact that you can,
be felled. They can be
it's performed with canon. So that was kind of the origin of that tweet. But again, like, it's one of these things where, like, for me it's effectively a microblog, and that's sometimes very different from what other people expect Twitter to be, which is sort of this active participation in like an ongoing conversation. So like, somebody will say, oh, I had Black Forest cake for my birthday, it was so delicious. And that's like the, I feel social media is a, is my little micro. It's like I'm writing it in the diary, except it happens to be on a timeline. And there can be that horrible moment where someone who's of the other persuasion, someone who sees it as like everyone's participating in an open public conversation all the time, will come in and is like, Black Forest is the worst cake, how dare you? And when these two worlds collide, it's horrible, right? Because you've got these people who are just like trying to enjoy something, suddenly like running into these people who have very, very strong opinions on something that, they were just kind of sharing because they liked. So, I'm very much in the danger of being sort of like, I'll be honest with you, I don't have a very good sort of mental model for why I do a lot of stuff on Twitter. Obviously, being able to announce streams is kind of nice. But in terms of the, like, what most people either do on or expect from social media, like, I don't know, like most of my opinions on things, I could write a blog about. I think for the most part, people just don't want to hear, and that's not like a poor me thing. It's just it's a fairly honest assessment of whether or not this is something that is of general interest. And again, that's fine, because there is a way of participating on social media that
it must be carried home.
that is effectively treating it kind of like a diary. So again, like I'm not going to apply the Aurelius test to like everything that I say on Twitter. But yeah, like, man, I don't get why some things become a thing, I guess. I don't know if that's just like what it's like to become old or something, but I'm just mad that I'm mad that I had to be subjected to that. This is a really tough call on who I want to kill, by the way, because the towering ectoplasm can produce more ectoplasm, which is bad. But these things can like cause their own misery. So let's do a plague grenade.
Devastating blow.
So that should finish them all. Yes, okay. So now I can afford to focus down the towering ectoplasm with the rest of the team.
The slow death.
Obviously, we're hoping that we move before the...
Unforgiving.
Well, bad assumption. Ah, come on.
The ground
good hit, though.
quakes.
So we should be able to hit this with a Noxious Blast and wrap it up. Nope, may not be necessary. Okay, so we'll try and go for a heal instead, just because we know the ectoplasm will bleed out.
Their cursed champion falls.
Actually, let's turn this around. Who in chat... I mean, again, like, if you don't want to participate in chat, that's totally fine, but... Does anybody in chat have a banal opinion that they want to share in chat right now? Because at the very least, if I'm going to hear banal opinions, I'd like to hear it from people who are actually taking the time to hang out with me. So there's something of a question as to whether or not I want to push into that next room. It's a little extra gold. Yeah, so this is worth more.
Paths and roads bring soldiers and supplies. Let them arrive unharried.
I did actually hear a fun comment to a blog that I wrote where somebody said to something that was written in it, I'm morally opposed to the view that you write here. I actually like responses like that, because sometimes the stuff that I write... So I try not to write something provocative for the sake of being provocative. I do think that sometimes there's a benefit to giving maybe a slightly...
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
A slightly more, like maybe just like taking it up to the line of what you would believe and maybe just pushing it a little bit further for the sake of making the point. I'm 50-50 on Devil's Advocate. I actually think that Devil's Advocate is a useful role in some context, and unfortunately it will very often be used by people who just simply want to state a rather reprehensible view that they really hold, without necessarily, like, basically they want to state something kind of horrible without necessarily dealing with the consequence, or having to defend it too strongly. I never really liked that type of approach. And again, like that's more about the person rather than the role of devil's advocate. So I've always tried to give the devil his due in that case. But yeah, I actually like feedback like that because it means that somebody's actually engaging with the material. Because in that case, you're able to say, here's where it's coming from. And in that particular case, my actual feeling on that is just mostly that people, what we're regarding that thing that I'd said is that basically that people largely, my actual belief is that people behave as if this is true most of the time. And that there are exceptions, usually when it's either something that's very close to what they value or something that they, like a big moment, like main character on Twitter kind of moment, where they care quite a bit more about this thing. I think the big thing for me is I don't actually think disagreement with someone or disagreement with me is like a disqualifying trait. I would kind of wish that people would, bring something to the table with that disagreement. Like just merely stating disagreement isn't very interesting. But being able to sort of defend or to highlight, I mean, this kind of comes back to the free speech thing, right? Where you, like the benefit of free speech is not so much your ability to project out whatever opinion you want. It's more the benefit to hear the correction if you've erred. It's one of the reasons why I like writing. But, obviously there's some context too. I know in some cases we don't really have little things like the principle of charity anymore. Anyway, sorry, I'm really babbling tonight. So let's take a quick second here, see if there's anything I can replace with, and then we will do some evaluations on who we want to level up next. So don't really need another musketeer, and I don't think we are replacing lepers. I think we've actually got a pretty good stable of them. Although I can't really find them in the roster. Oh yeah, Kaya's here. Oh, you know what? I don't think we got any lepers. I think I might have just filled this up. Do we actually have any lepers who are sort of ready to go into the Darkest Dungeon is the question I should be asking. Looks like we don't. So I guess the question is, what am I willing to give up to be able... Because it's a level 2. Let's ditch the Hellion.
It is done. Turn yourself now to the condition of those poor devils who remain.
Well, actually, most of them just made it to the Darkest Dungeon and aren't coming back. So, but yeah, I have lost a few of them for sure. Okay, so I believe this thing goes away after a while. So let's see if we can bring some people to clear it out. Actually, yeah, let's we'll toss these folks out. So I don't think we have any level 5s to bring. Well, I guess one grave robber. Well, we can give it a shot. But it seems to me like this is a good opportunity to take some of our like level 6s and put them through their paces. So definitely Eldobi. Actually, well, if I can, I'd still like to bring the... Okay. So gotta be a little careful on the trinkets. Some good dodge would not be a bad option, but I think here a chance to be able to do some extra damage would be even more welcome. All right. Just trying to find if there's anything that I can find against bonuses against beast. We've already got something that's good against large. Oh, there we go. I could have sworn I had something good for enhancing bleed. I'm trying to be a little more careful on like picking something, like picking a kind of a selection of trinkets that are better against the Shrieker. Below 50 doesn't really help me. A lot of bleed resist, but not... There could also be trinkets that are already on characters, but I really... Part of this is just trying to preserve the duration of the... Well, Sun Ring might actually work out. I'm trying to make sure that I actually play the game. If I spend time in this menu all the time, then or for if I have to try to equip, people every time that I go in, we'll be here all night. So. Yeah, below 60 doesn't work for me. Extra dodge may not be bad, though. Okay, it's not ideal, but it'll cover me. Now, while we're at it, let's make sure that we can get... If we need stress... Okay, nobody needs stress, but we can get some debuffs taken care of. And we should. I know this is ridiculous, but it probably wouldn't hurt. Yeah, there we go. I guess it's the dodge that I need to get rid of. Okay, so now what we're going to do is just make sure that our A team is I think I will try and get rid of Ansi here. There's probably more serious conditions for me to deal with, but... Okay. Cannot retreat from this quest. Are you sure you want to proceed? Yes. So, in this case, we just need... I'll bring maximum sort of anti-venom, bandages, holy water. Like, just basically make sure I've got all of the protections that I need. This should be a quick encounter, but... Oh, yes, and let's make sure that we're properly equipped. Okay, Yep, that's, I think, the best I can hope for. Shrieker's Call is almost unbearable to human ears. Now, I really need to remember to get the like the buffs up. Well, we're off to a good start. Okay, so okay, well, they're protected against the blight. It would be good to get the blight on, but well, let's go for it. Okay, we're not quite ready to start curing the team yet, so we want to get the dodge taken down first. I'm slightly inclined to try and go for the bleed. Dodge. Cool. So yeah, this thing's hitting like a truck, but let's see if we can make it happen. Damn it.
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
Okay, good. They might kill the Houndmaster, though. Okay. Again, I'll live with the stress if I have to. The aim here is to try and get the blight on so that I can get the damage bonus, but that might be sort of wishful thinking. That dodge is really pissing me off. So I might run away this turn. Ooh. It's my highest accuracy. No, looks like it's fighting to the bitter end. Do I go for the extra bleed, or do I go for the... Damn!
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism.
Ooh, powerful.
Cowardice. Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
So like we don't really do that much with this team, right? But I'm still happy to, you know, to be able to get the, you know, the quest done. I mean, I've got another grave robber up to level 6. I suppose that's something. Oh, we don't actually.
Let me share with you the terrible wonders I have come to know.
Okay, so cure disease. Everybody's getting stress heal. And we'll do our usual routine of making sure if we... I don't think there's anything here that's too interesting, but... yeah. Okay, so we're just going to try leveling... Oh, actually, sorry, there's something I should have taken care of first. I want to make sure that I strip the items off the people who I'm likely not going to take. I mean, before we go on the Darkest Dungeon quest, I'm probably going to strip the items anyway. But it doesn't hurt to... It doesn't hurt to make sure that I've got most of the stuff. Okay, so let's start by seeing what's available. I mean, the Vestal and the Jester, I think, are the two big priorities right now. So this is the longest. Oh, it's yeah, I know. I remember now. When I saw the name Chauncey. It made me think of Chauncey Gardner. That's why I was mentioning being there. God, that took me a long time to figure out. Okay, I think this is actually I think this is the list of people I would normally want to bring. I'm pretty sure every single one of these roles is on my I want list. I actually put a marker beside bounty. Oh, it's probably because of the bonus against humans. Okay, yeah. So this is definitely the team that I want. But before, I'm actually starting to lose money, so should maybe be a little more careful with my hospital visits. But we'll cure Olaf's lazy eye. So I do want to get rid of Ansi. It's because it's a bit of a liability as far as paying for stress stuff. Yeah, we're getting close to the end of the 6s, so the cash outlays are probably going to stop. Okay. Double check that everybody's geared up. They are. Got all their skills. Alright, so usual story here. We're just going to try and go for the highest... So the highest difficulty that's within reason for these characters, and pretty much all of them have to get to level 6 for an ideal situation. Although once the Jester and the Vestal get to their level 6, I will consider Darkest Dungeon final runs. Sorry, I forgot what kind of a mission this is, though. 100% of room battles. No, that's not right. 90% of rooms. Okay. And 16 torches, just in case.
Pace out the halls of your lineage once familiar. Now, foreign.
Secret. Well, this is a bit of a pain. There's no good way to handle this this dungeon, to be honest.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
I mean, he says beyond measure, but it's only 750 gold. It's worth a try.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
So the main reason why I went down here was for that secret room, to be completely honest, but I'll work with it. A map is found tucked into these volumes. Okay, I'm not bad. I would have preferred an idea of what's actually in these different rooms, but I think we can make do with this. I definitely get a little bit more reckless when it comes to parties like this, just because in the end, given enough time... Oh, cool. Given enough time, I can kind of overcome most of the challenges. Now, the other difficulty on this is that the game knows this. It's definitely built in such a way that if you take too long on the encounters, you will get punished.
Even the cold stone seems bent on preventing passage.
Oh, man, that's great. We might want to lock that in. But yeah, just like, I don't know. It's generally with parties like this, I don't mind taking my time with the encounters because I sort of feel like there's very little the game can throw at me that isn't going to result in a win. Ah!
Destroyed. A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Make up some of that lost torch.
Obliterated.
That's purely for the torch. I was really hoping the bounty hunter would be able to deliver on that, but
Eradicated.
still get a bonus versus humans, so it's probably going to be a win either way. So this will probably turn into poison. Yeah. So I may use the firewood just to sort of boost the torch, but we'll see where we're sitting. I'm kind of indifferent at the moment. So I'd actually love to do Come Hither on the Fusilier, but we can't target them because they are in shadows, so we'll just get the bonus versus humans. I don't normally go for the big guys, but in this case it's useful for me to do so.
A singular strike.
It's basically just, it's based on who I would be able to target. So I've got two big hits that, like if my two heavy hitters are going to have to deal with the large guy, I might as well go for sort of the maximum damage just so I can clear them out.
Continue the onslaught.
So because of the stealth, we basically get some free healing. It's a pretty good hit. So I think they wind up fumbling at this distance. I'm gonna have to clear that ability before I send this Vestal on the darkest darkest dungeon. That strikes me as the sort of thing that will destroy a run.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Okay, so I don't know when they changed this, but we basically suffer less torch loss on the way back, so we're generally good. And again, it's an explore 90% of rooms mission, so we've had it pretty easy so far, which again is good. Like, stress is down, we should be in a position, unless somebody winds up with like a weird disease or something like that, we should be in a pretty good position to go straight into the next encounter. So in this case, this is like an ideal roster for the people who I want to level up. But if I'm forced to pick, it's the Vestal and Jester that get priority for leveling up.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
And that'll also include bringing, like level 6s along. But of course, the nice secondary benefit is if I can get a nice deep bench for the darkest dungeon, if I fail at it, I will still be able to, to try and bring a second group together, or, at least consider it, as opposed to just sort of being, being hobbled and having to level everyone up over and over. And I mean, I suppose I can always try the mill again, but I'll admit I don't find so like the Color of Madness isn't a bad DLC, I just don't personally find it. I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. If I'm given the choice between beating the game for the very first time or doing the mill again, generally I'm going to pick trying to win the game. Okay, so yeah, Imposter Syndrome is definitely something I got to... Actually, I pretty much need to get rid of all of this. So that's going to be very expensive and very time-consuming. But... we'll figure it out. Okay, so it seems to me like we'll probably have this battle no matter what. So let's go through this obstacle, up maybe to the left, and then head right, and we can maybe... we can probably get away with not doing one or two battles.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
So if I do camp, I need to make sure I don't eat all the food. Okay, so I think it's a pretty clear choice for where we walk.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Let's run ahead. You know what? Yeah, we'll do the battle with the treasure. I feel...
Ambushed by foul invention.
I meant to use the bounty hunter for that. I don't know if this will help my resolve XP, but if nothing else, this will just give me a couple more items to make some money. I've kind of been treating it like I have an infinite amount of money, but the trend has been to go down over time, so I do want to make sure I keep an eye on that. Okay, so this is inconvenient just because of the placement of the big guy, but we should be fine. I might try and do a stun just to try and boost that torch. This isn't going to take him down, sadly. I only have the one torch, so being able to get a couple stuns in would be nice. Not too worried about being able to get the heal in, but I am going to struggle a little bit with this, with just the shape of the party. People are in inconvenient positions. So this is less about getting the stun and more about getting the torch. And
A victory.
I probably should have just done Adrenaline Rush because the bleed wouldn't have left a corpse, and so I would have somebody who's able to actually target this unit. Then again, actually we can Iron Swan this guy when the time comes. Yeah, so that still works out for me.
As the fiend
That
falls,
doesn't, though.
a faint hope blossoms.
It's like the one time I don't want to crit on that. I should have pulled him forward, actually, because now my wicked hack won't do anything.
A momentary abatement.
Actually, Judgment would have been more appropriate so I could heal myself. I'm not that worried about stress.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
An old journal entry. Written on Jade? That's not... Oh yeah, that is Jade. I know the only journals we have left are the Shield Breaker. Actually, wait. We might have all of those. No, no, no. I don't think we have all of those. I think we've got like 2 more to finish. Okay, I'd love to do Collect Bounty, but in this case, finish him is the one that lets me deal with the stress. Stress is the real killer here because it, like, that's the only thing that's going to carry on with us. In fact, in this case, I'm going to do Slice Off just so I can get a little extra damage. So I'm missing out on the buff, but being able to just sort of take a few pieces off the board early is good. So we can just reduce it down to the Bone Bulwark. Vestal can heal up. The rest of the team can hit through the armor. What skeletons are good against bleed? Probably should have pulled them forward now that I think of it.
Press this advantage.
Sorry, Judgment
Give
again.
them no quarter.
I'm not thinking straight. Okay. This is one of these cases where I can actually try and get away with completely clearing out the stress. This might cost me with the... Nope, we're good.
This expedition at least promises success.
Okay. I don't think we need to see the last
Great
room.
ruins belong to us, and we will find whatever secrets they hold.
I don't think there's any more secrets left. I think we're really just going for experience and a little bit of cash. I don't know. I feel like we should be in the black after this one. Well, no, that's not entirely true because we probably spent about 8,000 on curing quirks. Okay, level 5 Vestal, but we still need to get the Jester up.
Finally, the serum is working, and the side effects are manageable.
Aslian has vanished. Drunken Bender and hasn't been seen since the previous evening. Mathen is moving sluggishly. Cruel, cured scurvy. Okay. Yeah, so the quirks don't go away. Alright, fine. I don't really see any reason not to bring the old team back. Oh, actually, I guess Chauncey can't go because of, yeah. We only have medium. Okay, well, we need to find a new position 4. But I do know what we're treating. Actually, it's probably just as well that Cruel couldn't go, or not Cruel, Chauncey couldn't go on that mission because it does mean that I can finally get rid of imposter syndrome. So, We need to find some level 4s. Well, level 3 or level 4. Houndmaster feels like the right call here. Raining Blood. So we can do room battles, explore. Got a Lost and Found event. I feel like Lost and Found is probably the most useful event for me here. So as always, we'll just double check that we've gotten everything where we want it to be in the guild and with the blacksmith. Okay. How are my people with stress? Generally okay. So last thing we do is find any strange behaviors that we want to fix. It's really expensive. God, that's a lot to really dislike there. Let's do slow reflexes first. It's costly, but I've got the money for it, so I might as well get rid of it now. Okay, so we'll go for the exploration just because we don't have any heal, unless they're... Oh yeah, sorry, it was Lost and Found, so actually in this case find 3 of the relics. We're headed to the cove, so I definitely want to make sure I'm prepared for bleed in case that comes up. And 16 torches. And I think that's it.
Recover these lost shipments of rarities, that we may prevent them from falling into even less scrupulous hands.
So the real aim here is just to get through this as quickly as I can so we can go back to leveling up the Vestal and the Jester.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
Okay, our favorite. And we don't have... I don't believe we have any... Oh. Yeah, I don't believe we have any armor penetration, so the Uka Crusher is going to be a bit more of a pain than usual. Mind you, the bit of good news is that they don't have the Pelagic Oracle to buff them. Should maybe try and consider getting the mark on the Uka Crusher just because there's so many characters that benefit from it. I've gotten pretty lucky as far as most of the hits. He says as he gets the arterial pinch.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
If they pulled him forward, I would have been very angry. So it's going to be a little inconvenient to hit this character, but this is one of my few healing characters, so I want to try and take advantage of that. And we'll see if we can make the slice off work. And it did.
A faint hope blossoms.
And they gave us the key.
A fortune waiting to be spent.
Okay, so again, money's nice. Really just wanting to get the artifacts and get out of here. "10 rounds? Might as well check this out. It's possible the... Okay,
Another
it's a pack.
mariner, another misfortune.
There's a small side of me that says, well, you know what? Because we knew it was just a pack there, you know, we could have just walked back and not used the shovel. But I also think it's kind of unlikely we're going to run out of shovels here, so... It's another chance for me to try and pick something up. And, I guess if you go into the room, there's a chance of getting a scouting event as well, so... I don't know, it didn't feel like it was a very costly choice, so that was the main reason for going for it. I've got too much food. Okay, so again, I don't need heirlooms now, so I do want the medicinal herbs though, and yeah. I'm actually kind of happy we had the hunger event just because it freed up a slot in the
The
inventory.
light, the promise of safety.
Okay, I'm kind of happy you didn't get disease. The ones that I really get bugged by are diseases, because that basically means that I have to take the character out for 1, possibly 2 turns. And that's just because, like, if you've got high stress, you know, you're gonna need to put someone in one of the stress buildings. But if they've got a disease, you know, you have to take them out for the healing. But if they have the high stress, then they're gone for a second turn. And then, of course, you know, you've got the rest of the party that's either ready to go, so you're delaying your level, like you're leveling, or you're creating a sort of a disparity between the different characters. Generally, it's just a pain all around, is what I'm trying to say. Let's do target whistle, because that will reduce the protection, and that way the bounty hunter will get a good hit at the start.
Well struck.
That's handsome. I'm going to do a harvest here just so that we can get a little momentum on that. No bleed, sadly, otherwise we might have been able to take this character out on the first turn. So this is not a bad character to get the arterial pinch on because of the adrenaline rush. It does mean that my damage is a bit lower. But the good news is that this character is going to die. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to target back row. So the Uka Crusher should bleed out on its own, and that should give access to my 2 primary damage dealers.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
So it would have been nice to do damage, but obviously I'm saving myself
Prodigious size
another
alone
16
does not dissuade the
16
sharp
bleed damage.
blade.
I'm going to risk a self-heal here, but the Jester might pay for it. Nope, Jester's fine.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
So I do have the option of camping or eating to heal up the
Success
party,
so
but
clearly in
I am
view.
somewhat glad that we picked
Or
up
is it merely a trick of the light?
at least 1 artifact. So I'm going to have to free up some space in the pack, but we should be fine. So there is 1 curio. We might as well head out here. The Pelagic Oracle is going to be a pain. The rest of it we could go. I mean, I don't actually have as much to worry about from the Pelagic Oracle because we've got a stress healer here, but I don't really like kind of banking on that. It's nice to just sort of take out what you... it's nice to take out what you can when you can.
Decimated.
Particularly too, because if the stress gets spread out, you have to spend multiple turns bringing the stress down on the team. I'm kind of curious if I don't think there's a stress heal that's equivalent to sort of the party-wide one like the Vestal has. I'd certainly use it a lot if I had it. This is just so that we can hit through the protection on the plated maggot. It's going to be a bit of a pain. Nope, never mind.
Unforgiving.
Hellions unstoppable.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
So obviously the jute is more valuable than anything else that they
The
can
way
give me.
is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
And I don't have any money or any room left, so I'd love to give a treat to the dog right now. We can't, so we'll toss out the gold. Not quite sold on using or throwing away the campfire yet. We may actually still use that. We only have like four rooms to go, so it's gonna probably come down to the next couple of fights. We also have things like torches and shovels to get through, so we may find space in the pack through other means. So this is going to be a pretty decent return on the trip, though. I think I only have 2 shovels left. Yeah, so I kind of wanted to bang open the barnacle chest, but one, the game's forcing me anyway, and of course if we run into another obstacle, I'm in trouble, so we'll just leave that be.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
Okay, we should have a fight here, I think. Not my favorite lineup. The bulwark can usually cause us some trouble as far as defending the oracle. This guy's trying to inflict as much bleed as I can. Unfortunately, we don't get the bonus versus human, but let's see if we can. We fail to do anything. So, not a huge surprise that we got a bunch of stress on us. This shouldn't be too hard. I mean, I'll just self-heal. And what I might do is I might use the Houndmaster to lower the protection on the Pelagic Bulwark. God, I hate that. Sea Breeze is probably one of the most annoying.
Destroyed.
Alright, I feel better now. But yeah, so we'll do a target whistle just to try and soften up the Pelagic Bulwark. Then we've got a couple of people to make them sad. Well, one this turn, but Hellion still hits hard. So, unless I'm mistaken, the Houndmaster, when he does Hound's Harry, or Hound's Rush, no, Hound's Harry, will actually potentially inflict the bleed on the Pelagic Oracle. Let's see if that's true. Yeah, so it definitely does damage to everyone, and they both resist it, but...
Continue the onslaught.
Promising. We'll still have to cure the stress, and the unit gets another attack. So the Houndmaster does have a stress heal, I just haven't equipped it. Didn't really feel a need to.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Okay, so I have a little bit of a dilemma here. And it basically comes down to throwing out So I'm going to have to throw away 2 items. One for the relic, and then one for... Actually, this isn't as hard as I thought. So I think we will do the firewood just because I can eat a bunch of food. So we do run the risk of a nighttime ambush.
It's a goal without hope.
But I think it's an okay risk. Plan takedown seems pretty good. Yeah. So we'll do... This is how we do it. Plan takedown. Go for the buffs first. Tiger's Eye. I love this one. Let's give that to the Hellion. Lose not your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. You have the heart of a panther. I can hear it purring. Okay, I don't think there's any one skill. I'm blessed with good health, for today at least. I've seen nothing I'm not prepared for. We've used our last log, so that's the state of things. Well, at least we won't go hungry.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Okay. So whether or not we run into a food event or that, obviously once we get into the last, once we find the last relic, it's pretty easy to make space.
Ancient traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood.
Ah, the Oka Crusher, my old friend. Alright, so we will take down the protection. I probably should have adopted this strategy from the very beginning. Wow!
Executed.
And again, as nice as it is to like, it's nice to get a buff in on people, but being able to get a little bit of bleed on a wounded Uka Crusher is a hard opportunity to pass up. Yeah, that went great. The only drawback is if we take out the plated maggot, we're not going to be able to attack the pelagic oracle for a turn. It's the main reason why I didn't put the debuff on the plated maggot. We kind of need it for a bit.
Be gone, fiend.
I don't think I can live with that. Let's try and cure a little stress. If I had to have a chance to stun, I might use that to sort of buff up the party, but that's obviously not happening, so we'll live with what we've been given. Oh, I thought that was the crate I needed for a second. Not important. I'm trying to get out of the habit of always... Oh, cool. Of always, like, hitting take all. What is this worth? 25 each, 5 gold each, so it's 25 each. Back to the hamlet. That was a pretty good haul, I think. I don't know what we're looking at levels-wise, but let's see what we walked away with for cash. I may need to take a quick second to go to the bathroom, but we will be back. It looks like... I feel like I'm jinxing myself saying this, but it looks like the connection's sort of stabilized. Again, no idea if I'm going to be able to take it to the very end. Huh! The Jester didn't make it. Alright. So we'll have a disease to cure, but we should be okay.
A finely crafted instrument of butchery and bloodshed. Yours for the taking.
I don't even know if we have anybody who needs an upgrade at this point. There we go. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a tough call here, right? Because in one sense, I would like to have the Jester up to level 6. Well, I mean, I suppose I could bring the Jester along on like a level 5-ish style mission. Alright, well here's what we're going to do first. Toss everyone out. Let's see what's on the stagecoach. So that might actually be an upgrade. What's Lors? No, Lors is not an occultist. Never mind. I wonder if Jubert is named after Tom Jubert. Okay, tell you what. I know my commentary's not been 100% tonight. I'm gonna get up and go to the bathroom and maybe grab a glass of water, although I do still have some coffee left over. And no promises as to whether or not I'm going to be able to make it to the darkest dungeon, but let's give it a good attempt. If I didn't think I was going to do that, I probably wouldn't go to the bathroom, but I will leave you in peace for a moment. And if you have been sitting for a while, I encourage you to get a quick stretch and maybe get a drink of water yourself, or otherwise take care of yourself. I won't run ads or anything like that, but I am going to go for a little bit. So see you when I get back. Oops. Oh, come on. There we go. I'm back. All right. Let's try and get a little more energy in here and success and all of that jazz. So, if I bring Chance... Yeah. So my best... Yeah, so I mean, I could try the Fallen Guardian, but that strikes me as a very risky proposition. 100% of room battles versus exploring 90% of rooms. I think the room exploration is the better option. Now, the big drawback I see here... so it was level 4 for the... Where'd the Jester go? This is like... Yeah, I guess this is the team that I was bringing before. Okay, I mean, it's a group of level 5s. In terms of the... Okay, actually, let's just do a quick review of the rule. I mean, I've probably already checked this. So I do find it helpful to just sometimes write this stuff down and make sure that I'm on track. So, Hellions on the way. Highwaymen, I believe we have for level 6. Yes. Shieldbreaker, I think we already moved up to 6. Yep. Now, I had a note here that we had a bounty hunter at level 6. I don't think that's true, though. But we do have one on the way. Jester, sort of on the way. This is definitely going to be a big promotion for... Okay, yeah, so like these are really the last 4 classes I want to level up, and actually it's the Jester that's the laggard. So, now the drawback here is that... if I lose the Jester, and this is definitely the weaker of the, the people that I'm bringing in there, it's kind of back to square one, and I'm going to be very sad. But that's loser talk. We're not going to be sad. We're not going to lose people. We're going to achieve. Again, spending a lot of money that I want to keep an eye on, but... And finally, doesn't hurt to get rid of some traits that I might find undesirable. Definitely want to get rid of... Actually, I want to get rid of Off Guard and Soft. Below 100k. Wait a minute, what am I doing? This is... Yeah, you're not going to be able to go back to the Darkest Dungeon. That was a very stupid call. I know I've covered some of these before, but it's nice to just make sure that I'm on the right track. We might want to get rid of Mercurial, but let's see if we can do a bit better. Ruminator might also be a good one for me to... Actually, yeah. So let's make sure that we're properly getting rid of... The Cruel one was incredibly stupid of me. I feel like a real clown doing that. Okay. And again, we're going to do the room exploration rather than the room battles, because hopefully we can get that done a little bit faster. 24 food, 16 torches, 4 shovels, and a partridge in a pear tree. Let's go. If we have to use the wood, we have to use the wood. But
pace out the halls of your lineage once familiar, now foreign.
Okay, we have to do a fight. We'll try and avoid this room if we can. We can usually afford to dodge a room or two on the way. And this room has only sadness and loss of a shovel. Okay. Should start it off right with a judgment. I could try to go for the torch with the stun, but it's a little early for that sort of thing. I was really hoping we could finish them off. Let's...
Destroyed.
Death is the best form of damage mitigation. I couldn't have known that that would have been a one-shot kill.
As the fiend falls,
Okay, so that's
faint
Divine
hope
Comfort's
blossoms.
oh, that's a big heal.
Annihilated.
Yeah, pretty straightforward fight. Other than the armor, I don't think there's a whole lot for
Seize
the
this
party to
momentum.
fear in the ruins.
Push on to the task's end.
It's really more just getting through all the rooms. Oh, I lied. Bone bearers really annoy me.
Decimated.
There's no way we're gonna kill that thing, so let's go for the buff.
Dazed. Reeling.
Wow.
Break. The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
I guess it softens the blow a little bit. We'll still do the group heal. I don't normally like doing that, but we do. It is a pretty powerful heal, so it's justifiable under the circumstances.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
I think I maybe perceive the ruins as being a little easier than they actually are, because because I'm used to, like, I still think of it when I first started playing the game, which obviously would mean at like a low level. It's kind of like going into the cove and being like, there's a couple of tricky ones, but and then you run into the Yucca Crusher and you're like, oh yeah, I've got something that will do 24 ticking damage on me if I don't bring bandages. And obviously, as you've seen, when I go through the cove, I pretty much, like, whenever
Reward for a task well performed.
whenever I encounter something like a Yucca Crusher, I build the whole fight
Ambushed
around
by
it.
foul invention.
So, yeah, I don't know. I sometimes get a little cavalier about a few of them. I don't know. I wonder if secret rooms. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter because we have to do this battle anyway. But I wonder if secret rooms count as 90% of exploration. Doesn't really. Well, it's on the map, I guess. I guess the other question would be, does it count? Like, because 90% is like, obviously that affects the numerator and the denominator, so it is actually harder to do a. Is it harder to do a dungeon where there's a secret room and you don't have good scouting? And while I'm babbling random thoughts, I wonder if they ever tried a sneaking mechanic in this game. So, like, when you see a room like this, you basically know that you're going to have to do that fight, and if that fight winds up being like tougher than you can handle, your adventure's basically over. You have to retreat. So I guess the retreat is kind of, it's not exactly sneaking, but it's kind of that is effectively how you deal with that. But then again, like, if you think of other role-playing games, other adventures, like, it is definitely a thing that you can do in RPGs.
Death waits for the slightest lapse
In terms of like
concentration.
sneaking around problems. Anyways, I need to be a little more careful with my Jester, so the Vestal will heal him up. Just can't do anything about that till the Foul Ward is taken out. That'll just give me an excuse to do Judgment before too long.
Masterfully executed.
Should have actually focused on this one because it's a it's an easier target. That's fine. This is just going to be miserable for a little while. We'll heal and we'll heal and buff our way through it, and then pretend it never happened.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Encouraging. So I was going to do a dedicated heal on the Jester until I realized everybody can benefit. So. And now I can sort of afford to... I'll have 2 powerful people attacking a high protection enemy. So that's usually a good opportunity to try and get a little healing. And I won't delay... I don't even think I have the option of delaying, to be honest. But I won't delay too much to be able to make that happen. But it's just nice to know I have the option.
A momentary abatement.
So I think we're coming out of the fight stronger than we were going in, which is always a nice spot to be.
Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
Okay. So again, this is all about exploration, so we are eventually going to have to fight something.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
I think we will go up and to the right just to clear things off. This shouldn't be too hard. I may actually... Nah, well... Ooh. Maybe I should do the buff then. Let's Dazzling Light. We're in good health, so we can get a little torch and also prevent some damage from happening. And the dilemma for me is, do I do a slice off, or sorry, a harvest, or do I do the ballad? I guess because his character's stunned, we can buff.
Mortality clarified in a single strike.
It's a lot of bleed. But again, I think the answer is just let the Vestal heal through it. Like the Hellion can heal the bleed, but they're a damage dealer. So the is that 2 dodges? I think that's 2 misses in a row. Yeah, like the Hellion's a primary damage dealer. The last thing I want to do is this guy just constantly putting Rain of Whips and Punishment down and turning that bleed into something really dangerous. So we'll just work away on him and we should be fine. Unless the bleed goes up to like 10 damage per turn, the Vestal's going to be able to heal through it. Thank you!
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Does this guy have protection? No, he's just a healer. Or he's just a dodger. The artful dodger, if you will.
Their formation is broken.
So with one character, like with the Bounty Hunter, this would be a time where I'd consider using the Hellion's ability to get rid of their bleed, because there's only one character left on the board. But again, I've got the Vestal, so unless somebody's like going to be in Death's Door while we're walking through the dungeon, it's not that big of a deal for me to just let the bleed ride out and have the Vestal cure it all. Another example, I'm safe enough to be able to start curing some stress on everyone.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
So let's Drink the holy water. Use the herbs. What goodies do I get? A bit of money. Okay, this is a gift up here, so we'll definitely take that. Sacre bleu! That's rare for a bounty hunter to blow that.
Will find no clemency in this place.
This is one of these times I actually kind of want a hunger event, just so that I can heal people up. But I don't think there's too much to worry about for that particular bounty hunter.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
I don't think I'm going to need the campfire. Oh, you know what? I should have just used the torch. That's fine, we'll be fine. The only things I would really need to worry about would be if the bounty hunter gets... like if there's 2 big hits at the start on the bounty hunter for the next battle. And obviously keeping the torch up is going to help me minimize the chance of that happening. Yeah, actually, that's really the only thing I need to worry about, I think. I mean, in the long run, if we run into a couple of really tough battles that I can't handle, maybe I should worry, but... Alright. Probably better to clear out the maggots first, as much as I want to demolish the insatiable ghoul. We will have to buff up. This is going to be a bit of a slog. Divine Grace. Get you back up.
Impressive.
So this is definitely going to... I have a feeling there's going to be some stress consequences here, but we're going to try and get the Jester on that. As a starter... No, probably better for me to heal. I was going to try and stun it, but it does have 90% on stun, so better to stick with what I know. And we just chip away until we can find some way of getting through the protection. That was actually... I mean, it sucks to get the stress per round. Obviously, I'm not bringing... You know what? I am going to do the mark. I can do things to mitigate the stress. It's purely a choice that I'm making here. But in this case, that actually wasn't that bad of a... Oh, but I got a disease. Man, this guy's got no luck.
Their cursed champion falls.
So yeah, we'll have to worry a little bit about the stress, but I think the Jester's more or less on it. It'd be ideal if I can get the stress... Like, if I can wipe out the Jester's stress before the end of the dungeon, just so that I can cure them of their disease and bring them back into the fight as soon as possible. We may be done the dungeon before that happens, though. Well, at least we're making a decent return on this outing. Make up for my previous errors. It's a rare occasion where I'm sort of sitting here wishing for combat. Maybe I'm not wishing that much for combat, though. I have a feeling that particular combat's going to inspire more stress than cure. I think I want to continue adventuring. One, it gives me the chance to potentially find something to replace those crests with. With deeds. But number two, I get a chance to...
The path is clear.
run the chance of fixing
the
the stress. If I can't, I can't. I mean, it's if I want to fight, I mean, it's right at the it's right back at the beginning. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a shame, but it is what it is.
Laden with loot are often low on supplies. The great ruins belong to us, and we will find whatever secrets they hold.
Yeah, so about 2,600 and change. Yeah, we got a... Oh, he's so bloody close! That's so... 2 XP! Alright, well, it is what it is.
All the decadent horrors I have seen pale in comparison to that final, crowning thing. I could not look, nor could I look away.
Chauncey's getting some medical attention. Okay, so my main team's sort of on leave. Let's, as always, see if we've got a few upgrades that we can kick around. Not really. So, what do I do to pass the time? Well, there's a couple of options that I have. One of them would be I take a group of level 6s into the courtyard to deal with the Guardian. I could try and level up a few more of these people. It's a tricky one because it has like a couple 4s and 3s, so I could do something like Man-at-Arms, Shield Breaker, we'll switch them around like that. Maybe an Occultist for the heal. And the Houndmaster. So like that's not a... It's not like a disaster of a team, but... Let's get a little practice in. Okay, so with that, again, I'm looking for things that'll give me the armor pierce. It's an odd little combination, but I think there's some promise. We've already maxed out the Quirk crew, right? Yeah. So just make sure there's nobody... Alright, we got a few people with stress that we can probably give a little treatment to. It's a little bit of a waste, but why not, right? So yeah, I mean, the logic behind this is that this might give me, you know, might give me something kind of nice for the, for the final battle. Sadly, I do not recall what the what type of enemy the Guardian is. I'm gonna try and boost the range skills if I can. Slight worry with that stun resist, but... There's a small dilemma that I have here in that I know that I can sort of drop some... I can drop some... I can get some items from other people, but I kind of don't want to do that just on the odd chance that this thing goes south. I really don't have a lot of ranged abilities for my Houndmaster. Let's deal with the Vestal first, and then we can use the leftovers with the Houndmaster. Happy for the heals. Okay. So yeah, decision time for the Houndmaster. So... dodge if I have to, but I feel like there's better options. Crit wouldn't be bad. Yeah, screw it. Let's go. And let's just make sure we've got the skills that we want. Yeah, so this is more melee focused. Highwayman. This removes the protection. Okay. So this is not necessarily going to win us the fight. We'll do the best with what we've been given. I don't actually think we need this, but eating bananas is a surefire way to get swarmed by mosquitoes. What?
The very grounds
themselves
are animated by a deep-rooted evil. A cosmic hatred for all that thrive beyond its tainted grasp.
I did not realize that we had to seek out the enemy each time. That sort of changes my calculations. But that's fine. We'll work with it. It's not the end of the world. But obviously, if we wind up, like, there's definitely some stuff that can hurt us here.
Mind that such missteps are the exception, and not the rule.
I'm actually going to try retreating from this. This is going to suck a bit on our stress as we move back. It's just because I can explore all these other rooms. It doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense for me to just do a fight where I can wind up with things like the Crimson Curse or just otherwise take some damage unnecessarily. Unfortunately, the Houndmaster's having a hard time of it. That's just because of the items that I I gave them. I don't really have a stress heal, so that's I'm gonna have to learn to live with it. So I think what I'll do is I'll move forward, up, out, and around. I suspect the enemy would be in one of the corners. Okay, this seems safe enough. I think probably where I got tripped up was most of the time the bosses in the Crimson Court... Oh. Cool. Actually, with that in mind...
A moment of respite. A chance to steal one's.
That's enough just to cover me if... Let's do a little encouragement. We'll get some... Oh yeah, armor piercing for everyone is huge. So it would have been nice to do a little more stress reduction on the Houndmaster, but I mean, obviously being able to get some buffs on the party walking into a boss fight is... Oh, you're kidding me! God damn it!
Destroyed. The ground quakes.
Yeah, we want to make sure that the healing's
surges as the enemy crumbles.
the healing's happening. So I can protect my shield breaker, but we want to end this as soon as possible. Of course he does. That Houndmaster's no luck at all. Oh, he resisted. All right. We'll do a Divine Comfort here just to try and get the health up to a good spot. Let's see if we can end this before they take their turn. It's an outside chance, but
Their cursed
beautiful.
champion falls. A trifling victory.
Oh God!
Victory nonetheless.
We also have to deal with a battle. All right, well. No point in whining about it. We'll just grit our teeth. We should still have our should still have our buffs for the for the boss fight. Okay, the sycophants are a pretty high priority to take out here. And this is just because they can deliver the Crimson Curse. Also, they have the heal. Oh, really? Okay, I gotta judgment the back row. No! Son of a bitch! Alright. I mean, I can cure that, but that's just another medical slot that's taken up.
Annihilated.
Let's just spread the love here.
Impressive.
So that thing's gonna fall on its own. We'll do Duelist Advance for the large Flesh Eater. Divine Comfort for the party, just to get us up to where we need to be. And this isn't as big of a problem for the simple reason that the Vestal can heal the the Highwayman. The only drawback is the Highwayman's not going to be in a position to deliver the big hit.
Prodigious size alone
I was really
does
hoping
not
to heal
dissuade
the
sharpened
Highwayman
blade.
beforehand. All right, well, we'll
This
work with it.
expedition at least promises success.
This is basically the final encounter, so we'll eat up the food. I think probably makes sense to give everyone a holy water going in. Let's see what happens. We may need to run.
The hamlet cannot stand for this thing that should not be. Defeat it. Claim the prize it guards.
Thing's gonna come crashing down on us in a little bit. Should have done the whistle.
A momentary abatement. A singular strike.
So we sort of have the sustain, but the stress is really getting to us. Probably prudent to heal up the Houndmaster. It's nice to do some aggressive damage, but I need a sense of proportion too. That thing really does love to amp up the stress. Okay, one more round on the marks. Let's make the most of it. I gotta find a way of... Okay, we'll do... Oh, first of all... Yeah, I gotta find a way of working out this ordering a little bit better, because being in position 1 doesn't mean anything for the Highwaymen if they can't actually deliver the big hit. We can afford a judgment.
How quickly the tide turns.
That has some possibilities. Nope, they're stunned, so no possibilities. Okay, that's got to be a... Well, they might have... Nope, they're irrational. Okay.
Reeling, gasping, taken over the edge into madness.
So I don't know if the dog's going to be able to do anything. Okay, so I think we just comfort everyone. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to deliver the coup de grace on the shield like I was planning. So stress is going to be the real killer on this round if we... I hate that I'm doing this, but that ability to... Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a little ropey, but...
As the
Nice.
fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
And now I just hope it doesn't get like a billion buffs. It gets a billion buffs.
Grievous injury.
Oh God!
Fear.
Oh, we are in trouble.
Frustration and fury, more destructive than 100 cannons.
No!
For the weak or the foolhardy.
So we have to fight this to the end, or we lose those artifacts that we brought along. And this Houndmaster is not helping. Okay. God
Mortality
damn.
clarified in a single strike.
I don't know if we can... I really don't know if we have what it takes to finish this.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
Like, we need to start thinking about heart attacks coming up soon, and this thing's gonna be still at like 50 health.
Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered.
Yeah, how do we possibly survive this? I think we gotta run, even though it means losing some good gear.
There can be no hope in this hell. No hope at all.
Man, this game just loves kicking you repeatedly in the balls. Ah, well, I mean, they outlived their usefulness. I'm more mad about losing the items than the... But it's Eldovi and V, my apologies for the end. We're not going back to the courtyard.
Windows and doors will be bolted. Tonight, something haunts the dark.
As one man put it, something ain't right with them shadows, moving and twisting as they do. Residents are advised to stay indoors until daybreak. And Duhamel apparently didn't recover that much. Oh, that's right, because I was curing them of the worries. Alright. Get drunk. You can't get drunk. Pray it away. Chauncey... I think I can live with this. I want to cure them of... Jesus, like, I want to get rid of everything on them, to be honest. Okay, I mean, I guess we can get away with getting rid of Mercurial. Okay, so I'm a little reluctant to bring someone with that much stress in. Ooh. Yes, please.
Send this one to journey elsewhere, for we have need of sterner stock.
This is actually a pretty good round on the...
This one has become vestigial, useless.
I am rather tempted to try and get that Vestal in.
Turn yourself now to the condition of those poor devils who remain.
Okay, so again, the name of the game here is to level up my Jester. That's kind of the last piece of the puzzle. We may need to try and get rid of some negative traits. I mean, I could lose them to the Horrid Shrieker, but it does give me a chance to... I really do want to get the stuff back. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Horrid Shrieker battles don't take that long. Like, they've got kind of a finite... there's only so much time that can take. So, well, let's cure some quirks. Jesus. And we'll bring a bunch of people who've been to the Darkest Dungeon to kill the Shrieker. Well, that group's getting a little. We're starting to lose some of them, but. Oh, you know what? I think I lost the Wolf artifact. It's a real shame if I did. Fortier will give me the mark. Still can, though. Oh, wait. What am I saying? Oh, hang on. Well, we can still... I mean, there's no rule saying that I have to bring... Yeah. Let's do a quick... Wait, really? Demu has not been to the Darkest Dungeon yet. Actually, at this point, we'll do the big unequip. Let's see what we can do here. So I think I was actually trying to do more bleed skills with the Hellion last time. So we'll start there. Dismas head is also probably a good idea. Please tell me I didn't lose that. Oh, good. Wolf's Trophy is... Well, yeah. So I should make a decision. Like, do I want to hit hard or do I want to? Okay. So the Wolf artifact goes on the Bounty Hunter. It's something of an aggressive choice, but I think this works for me. Do I bother with laudanum? Why not? It's just money, right? Let's make sure I get the buffs down first. So yeah, the mark actually makes sense in this case.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Oh wait, that was on the prot. That was stupid. I missed a chance to do damage. I wanted to kill the dodge, not the prot. That's more like it, but I forgot to put the buffs and get rid of the debuff. Anyways. Nice.
Quakes.
So do I go for the bleed or do I go for the heavy hit? I think we go for the heavy hit. Damn it. Looking good. Oh. Nice.
Champion falls. Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Sadly, I don't think... I think most of this stuff is not what we lost on the... I think most of this stuff is something that we... like, we lost those in other runs.
Curiosity.
Oh, well.
Interest and obsession. Mile markers on my road to damnation.
So take a quick second and just stress seal the team that went out. Should probably read the log because it feels like... Yeah, it was just generally a lower turnout for most of this stuff. The reduced outcome, rather. Okay, I don't think I need a better Graver Upper, but let's just take a quick look. Yeah. So, priority number one, let's get the Jester over the hump by fighting the Guardian. Trying to see if I can make this work without bringing the rest of the team that I need in. It's going to be a little tricky, but we might be able to do something. I think I'll press gang one of the level 6s that's been to the Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, Kai LB can come in. So the only thing I'm a little worried about is the lack of healers. Callus Cypher, thank you very much for the follow. But again, the real goal here is to... We've got pretty much all of the different classes that I wanted up to level 6. Wait, did I get that bounty hunter? This is why I write stuff down. Where's the note? So I wanted a Hellion Highwayman, Shieldbreaker, Bounty Hunter, Jester, Vestal. So the Jester's here. We've got our Shieldbreaker, Highwayman, Flagellant, which wasn't on that list for some reason. Another Hellion. Vestal, Bounty Hunter, who's going to have to go... They're antsy, aren't they? Nope, but they do have a debuff that I want to get rid of. Okay, anyways, that's the team that I'm going to bring. Let's try and clear out some of the... Risk Taker is not a terrible trait to have if their purpose is damage. We can get rid of Sickly. I don't think you can get Disease in the last encounter, but... I do want to keep an eye on my fund. My funds are not infinite, so... But then again, we're also getting close to the end, so... Okay, I think that's all that I want to do. Let's maybe just take a quick second here and make sure everybody's geared up. There is an argument that I will use the majority of these before the end of Duhamel's life. At least that's the story I'll tell myself. But I did make... Okay. This is me just being reckless with my money, but at that amount, I need to start taking cash a little more seriously. Okay, so... I may have to pay to get rid of some quirks on the Jester anyway. I just need 2 experience, so there is actually a small argument here for... Yeah, but then Vaughn isn't going to move up. We've got a Lost and Found in the Cove. All Saints Day. Oh. And I mean, we do get more money if we go... But it's 100% of room battles. I don't like that. Okay, so this is basically the same... This is the same mission. It's just a question of which event I want more. Oh, hang on. I gotta do level 5 stuff. Okay, explore 90% of rooms. I can do a long explore 90% of rooms, which will help the bank account. I think the only thing that worries me about that is the lack of healing. So you know what? We don't need to get fancy. Let's just do a short one. Yeah, why not? And we might as well unequip all trinkets because we may be going into the next... I think I might just give him the hat. Less stress is not... Like, I think the point of the leper is to be a stress tank, but the one problem I have is I'm never really sure how to... Can I put... Yeah. I'm never 100% sure how to direct all of the attention onto the leper. That's the really big problem. Like, just if I look at a leper on paper, I kind of feel like that's what they're supposed to do. Yeah, I think I'll just give him the hat. Grave Robber... Crit's nice, speed's nice. I'll be honest, I'm not too enamored of the Houndmaster's special abilities, but if you give him some ranged bonuses, the dog basically becomes a cannon, and I really like that. I could give him Dismass's head. I think usually I've given it the crescendo box, though. Yeah, let's go for it. So obviously the Jester is going to be able to help out with the stress heal. But honestly, like we just want to go through this. Like, this doesn't have to be fancy. In fact, if there weren't stress consequences, I'd maybe even ignore bringing torches. But we'll pack light, but we will make sure we can actually get through the encounter. I've got... That'll do. The only thing I'm worried about is if we run into an Uka Crusher. That's gonna sting bleed-wise.
The smell of rotting fish is almost unbearable.
To be honest, actually, the risk of an Uka Crusher is so high that I actually don't think that probably wasn't a smart call on my part. I think I probably should have paid up for the bandages. Okay, so empty rooms are a godsend in these things. Again, I'm sort of tapped out a bit on the on cash, so being able to fair enough. I won't use it on the final mission, but yeah, like, again, well, all we need to do is just get the experience out of this. So the fewer encounters I have, the fewer things that'll like generate negative events on the Jester, the faster we can get to the final encounter. Now, I mean, I can try and set up for like a perfect final encounter and try to strip the Jester of all of their quirks. I'll maybe just do a quick review of what the team's dealing with. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, I'm not exactly poor, but I am kind of looking for some extra money if I can get it, so taking a little opportunity. I'm not going to get rid of my last shovel, but, you know, being able to take the opportunity to get rid of, or to get a little extra cash is nice. This is a curiously merciful... There we go! Alright. This is a problem. So we'll just throw daggers at him and hope the Squiffy Ghast gets
The ground
deaded before I have a problem.
Precision and
close. Unfortunately, the leper can't deliver. Now the leper can.
Ringing ears, blurred vision. The end approaches.
Really?
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
So I'll wait till the battle's done, but I'm going to use one of the medicinal herbs to just drop the debuff. Let's inspire myself. The damage dealers can deal with the... Ugh!
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Okay. So there's no real argument until we have a scout. There's really no argument for one or the other. I think I'll go to the left and then. Oop. This is potentially bad for stress. I don't normally like spreading out damage like this, but everything here is bad, right? These guys can stun me. This guy can spook us. So I think I'll forego the buffs. Just hope that we can deal out enough damage. So this guy should bleed on their own. So the
dizzying blow to body and
the leper
brain.
will deal with the position 1. Nice.
Obliterated. Festering fear consumes the mind.
Definitely a much better outcome than I was thinking would happen. Health damage doesn't matter. I'm sure by this point we've learned that you can be at death's door and it's not going to matter as long as you survive the dungeon. Stress, on the other hand, lasts considerably longer. So the big dilemma here is that this is the one character I can't afford to have die, and there's no way of healing them.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
So I'm gonna have to think a little bit about that. I guess I can use food in a pinch, but I really would like to resist. Oh. Treasure would be kind of nice, but it does mean that I have another opportunity to kill my jester, which is not so nice. I was kind of hoping we'd find food there. That's rather alarming, actually.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Okay, that's one thing I hate down. Problem with the pelagic piranha is that it does have the ability to spear the jester. As long as they keep focusing on the leper, I'm happy. But again, there is the very real possibility that the jester becomes a target for this stuff. I'm gonna do a quick self-de-stress. Okay, so distress threat is gone.
Their formation is broken.
And if I had a healer, this would be ideal. Okay. Definitely not as bad as that could have been.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
I definitely rate money over pretty much everything else right now, so... Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I've got a ton of trinkets that I can sell if I get in dire financial straits. All right. So I have at least one more battle before I claim victory. Then, of course, I mean, there's the possibility the jester gets diseased. There's a few other things that'll keep me from potentially being able to use them, but. Oof. This is like a list of every single thing I hate. So obviously the bloated thrall is the first priority, but that means the squiffy ghost gets to kind of drive us crazy for a little bit.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Okay, all of this is manageable so far. We are heading to a point where I'm going to be a little scared for some of these characters, but at the moment we're okay. The reason I did that instead of got rid of the stress is because I need to get as much damage as I can on the Pelagic Tidemaster. As it happens, the way the deaths worked out, my melee units were able to deal with them. Jesus. Like one trap with a bleed away from losing this character. Okay, definitely want cash.
Horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
So I'm not using the food quite yet. I'm close, but
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
I mean, if we run into enemies in the hallway, we're in trouble. But I think we're fine. And in this case, we're going to continue adventuring just to see if I can get a little more money in my pack. So this might give me disease. So who's got the highest disease resist?
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
Okay.
Despite its morbid aspect, this twisted, cavernous maze seems almost traversable.
It's a pretty decent cash return. And then, more importantly, my shopping list for heroes is done. So I'm just going to need to take a quick second to think about... Okay, so Vaughn did wind up with a disease. Ennui. As did Kaya LB. But Duhamel fortunately avoided the worst of it.
Finally, the serum is working. And the side effects are manageable.
Okay. So let's take care of tetanus and ennui. Never hurts to make sure you've got reinforcements just in case things don't go your way. We'll leave that be for now. So, unequip everything. So, let's think a little bit about the team I was going to bring. It's going to have a Jester and a... Oh. And a Vestal. So... I'm pretty sure I said a Bounty Hunter, because that might work well. See, the thing is, I don't remember the, like, the different statuses of the, like, the different fight, targets. So one of the things I'm trying to work on is to make sure that I've got something for every position. So that suggests to me that a Hellion's a good choice. Then again, the Shield Breaker might be good, too. But then where do I put the Highwayman? Yeah. It's very hard to argue against the Shield Breaker in this case. So the thing that worries me is I've got two characters that are about sort of maintaining. But we definitely lost more to stress than anything last time around. Come Hither will help me for positioning, so I think I like where that is. All right. Again, I feel a little uneasy about this overall setup. Sorry, I should also check. Ugh. Yeah, there's definitely a bundle of really nasty statuses on him, but let's see what we can do. Okay, so I think we'll go with the usual combination. Okay, Vestal has one job, which is healing. Bounty Hunter needs to do as much damage as possible. Bonus versus market is kind of nice. Should probably make sure everybody's got the best armor and such. Puncture is not a bad option here because, again, it helps me move the people around, which was something I struggled with last time. But the question is, do I want to have a trinket specifically for that? So I can go for the bonus accuracy, or I can go for heavy damage and just pray that the Jester is able to heal everyone's stress fast enough. Because I'm definitely setting myself up for some really tough... I'm really setting myself up for some really tough stress problems. There can be no bravery without madness. All right. I don't feel super confident. We're gonna make it happen. If a Darkest Dungeon quest is abandoned, not all heroes are guaranteed to survive. Someone must sacrifice themselves to hold off the fiends during retreat. Yeah, I think burning the boats on this one. That's really disappointing. A ghostly premonition presents itself. Is it really him?
In all my terrible researches, what I sought was a glimpse behind the veil, a crumb of cosmic truth. I found it here, and in that moment of brain-blasting realization, I ceased to be a man and became a herald, an avatar of the crawling chaos.
Did I remember to get all the skills up to level 4? I really hope I did. Oh no, my shield breaker actually has lower skills than... They're up to level 4, not 5. Okay, that's fine. It'll just be the thing that I tell everyone I did even better on.
Life feeds on life. In your petty pursuit of family redemption, you consume those who rally to your cause, and in so doing, you strengthen the thing, accelerating the end. This is as it should be. It is why you are here. We are chained here forever, you and I, at the end of the world. Free yourself, Rouse the thing and embrace the ineffable cosmic hideousness that lives within us all.
Here we go.
You still foolishly consider yourself an entity separate from the whole. I know better. And I will show you.
Yep, this is the endgame, Zenitatu, so if you'd like to avoid spoilers, I guess you already know. I'll maybe say this isn't necessarily the final form. But I've only done this once before, and the game let me know who was boss. Okay, so this does count as human, so we are going to be able to do some solid damage to it. Oh, I should have got the holy water down. I don't remember if I gave myself the holy water. I'll say no. So let's get the inspiring tune on the bounty hunt. I just want to get the stress under control right away. It would be nice to get some damage done, but yeah, this is the thing I was worried about. Ah, yes, this nonsense. Okay, we're fine. Just focus down what we can. Stress heal the bounty hunter. As long as they keep focusing on one target, we're actually in a good spot. I would have preferred to target this one, but we'll work with what we've got. Nice. Oh my goodness, Night 97, and it is D-Pain! Thank you very much for the host. Welcome to the grand finale of the Darkest Dungeon. And Ekbor, first of his name. So, yeah, Zenitatu, this is a hell of a final fight. I haven't beaten the Apprentice Necromancer, and I'm on the final boss. I have been playing this particular playthrough for a very, very long time. This is the culmination of many long nights of streaming, so I'm very excited. Guys, thank you very much for the host. For those of you who do not want to see the ending of The Darkest Dungeon, I completely understand. But let me just take a quick second here. It is D-Pain was kind enough to host me on his and Apocalypse's podcast with Night 97. And I don't know if I've Ecor B. I don't believe you were on that podcast with me, but my apologies if I forgot you. How are you all doing, and what were you playing? Because I know the way D-Pain is, you must have been playing something altogether. Was not on the podcast. Okay, that's good. I try to remember where I can, but I also know my limitations in terms of memory. Incidentally, Zenitatu, if you need, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about the game. Okay, we might want to start healing up the bounty hunter, but let's see what we can get away with. So my main focus right now is actually going to be on the imperfect reflection. That's how we damage the boss. beautiful. And I might be in a spot. I think I actually want to try and do a little damage on this unit. So yeah, my apologies for not quite giving you all the attention you deserve, but I'm having an adventure. Tell you what, let's do Battle Ballad. Spread the love. Okay. Got 4 health left. I think it's better to just take pieces off the board at this point. Damn it! I will go back to stress healing when I can, but this is one of these rare chances where I get to do some damage on things. And this is something that can hurt the boss, so we are going to focus on it. You only have 3 Crusaders and an Arbalist that you can use effectively. So, definitely, one thing I've learned... So, like, Darkest Dungeon's individual combat can be very challenging in the sense that, like, you know, it's punishing, you can die, but I will definitely say... don't be afraid to experiment. I learned a lot by trying different combinations of things, and particularly when it comes to things like Mark and like your ability to sort of stack certain abilities on top of each other. That has really helped me out in terms of being able to go the extra mile for my characters. I think in this case I'm going to help out with the stress because it'll also buff him. I can't win them all. Okay, so we're gonna have to help out the Vestal. I'll impale. I wasn't sure about the positioning, but yeah, so like I've had a couple of people where I wind up having this nice little combination of them constantly shifting in position 1, and they just happen to build on top of each other over and over again. So one of the things that's kind of neat about Darkest Dungeon for me is you can sort of develop this algorithm of, okay, I just got my ass kicked by the game. Why did I get my ass kicked? Oh, I'm running into problems with X. And that's actually what's happening with this fight right here, which is now that I kind of know what I'm up against, I brought a team that I wouldn't have brought under normal circumstances because I kind of know what to expect now. So notice here, like I've got a bunch of health and I'm doing an okay job managing my stress, which means that I'm able to focus on the types of enemies that wind up damaging the Ancestor. When I went into the battle, I didn't know that I would actually be having to focus on a particular target. This group is also built for a very particular phase regarding my ability to target certain positions. But we'll talk about that when we get to it. By the way, did any of D-Pain's people say what you were playing tonight? It wasn't Dungeons and D&D, was it? I'm running out of bandages. Borderlands 3. I never thought of that as a D-Pain game. That's really cool. Okay, we just need one more of those imperfect reflections, and we are good. So we could use a little bit of a top-up on the heal, but let's do some extra damage. Try and... Obviously, the more of these things you knock down, the better the chance of running into an imperfect reflection. So all of these are perfect reflections, and as a result, they don't do damage. I do want to deal with a 32 stress here, but let's buff up the team. You went into the wrong expedition? Did you bring a bunch of level 0 people into the darkest dungeon? Because you get an achievement for that. We'll do Judgment on the perfect reflection, hoping that we can take it out. Beautiful. Again, if it brings an imperfect reflection up, so much the better. Okay, that stress is a worry. Damage what we can. Oh, okay. They are going to have their revenge on... No, wait! It doesn't do anything the first turn it's up. Interesting. Okay, so we'll just focus on position 1. I may not even do the Blight. Let's do a Divine Comfort here, because I'm pretty sure between my 2 damage dealers we can take this one out. Oh, is it really going to make me finish these all off? That sucks. No, no, no. Oh, here we go.
The flesh is fluid. It can be changed, reshaped, remade.
Good luck, Xena Tattoo. All right, so this part was where I struggled a lot, because notice that the Ancestor's in position 4. And Absolute Nothingness, like, it's impossible. This is going to be a little bit like the Gibbering Prophet. So the reason why I brought the Shield Breaker is the Shield Breaker can attack any position. I brought the Bounty Hunter because the Bounty Hunter can yank the Ancestor forward. Now I can't remember how much damage he does, so I'm not going to use the Aegis Scale quite yet. But what I'm going to do here, I'd like to buff the team if I can, but I want to do an Inspiring tune just to get the stress under control, and we'll see what happens in this fight. Oh, I forgot about one important thing. There's a leap forward attack that the Jester can do, which I didn't count for. So I definitely want to do a finale at some point, but I'm going to have to rearrange the team a little bit to accomplish that. Let's not worry about that now, though. T-1000. God, I love Terminator. D-Pain knows how to play to the crowd. Oh, God, that's so good. Okay, I think we just go... Let's just go for the meat. Oh, Jesus. We used up all our bandages. Okay, still counts as human, so the Bounty Hunter is possibly going to do the most damage. I should have started using these Aegis Scales. I have an ability that lets me do that, but in this case I think we want to hit as hard as we can. Okay, I'm going to do the Battle Ballad. I definitely need to get my stress under control, but being able to buff my people while he's in a vulnerable position is a big deal. Okay, I'm not going to Aegis Scale until the bleed's done. God, it's so tempting to put the bleed on him, but no, we need to keep discipline. This can definitely run away from me if I'm not careful. Yeah, it really is D-Pain. Okay, we'll heal up the Bounty Hunter particularly because they're still affected by the bleed. I do want to mark, but I want to deal damage even more, so... Okay, so this is a point where the bounty hunter is able to yank. Nice. I think I'll do a group heal on this one, but obviously the bounty hunter's a bit of a higher priority. Ooh! Looks like I dodged something nasty there. I'd kind of like to buff the whole crew, but let's keep our stress under control. Like the bleed is hurting, but I'm feeling weirdly confident about the current position. So that's why we brought the medicinal herbs.
The flesh is immortal. It is undying. Pray it does not take too hideous a form.
I forgot you heal up when you attack. Okay. You know what's coming. Hey, Irrepressible. I should have been a little more careful on the, like I need to still deal with the stress. I'm glad you got through that. Maybe we just let the blight pile up, and then we use the.
Of the world, progenitor of life, father and mother, alpha and omega, our creator and our destroyer.
What? What? This game. Okay. No. Only 42, huh? I think I'm gonna go for the mark just for the, we need the buffs. God damn it. Not again. Okay, obviously the Jester's gotta go. Oh god, I am nervous. Son of a bitch! Hold the line. We've got this. I built this team to handle it. Fuck you, game!
Victory. A hollow and ridiculous notion. We are born of this thing, made from it, and we will be returned to it in time. The great family of man. A profusion of errant flesh, multiplying, swarming, living, dying, until the stars align in their inexorable formation, and what sleeps is roused once more. To hatch from this fragile shell of earth and rock, and bring our inescapable end. So seek solace in a manner befitting your lineage, and take up your nugatory vigil, haunted forever by that sickening prose echoing through the infinite blackness of space and time. Ruin has come to our family.
What a great game. Oh god. I was so mad. The reason why I swore at the game at the very end was for making me feel like I was gonna lose that lose that fight one more time. Jesus Christ. So for those of you who didn't see that before, I had encountered up to that heart. So I knew everything that was coming up. But I'd lost most of my party by the time that we we got to the heart of the world. So I had no idea that it kills not one but two of your party members mid-fight. And of course the first thing that I pick is the healer, where I'm kind of counting on the sustain to get through all of the debuffs and the anti-venom and all of that. So yeah, I feel my last words to the Darkest Dungeon could have been a little bit more articulate. But oh my god, I am so happy I got back to this game. It has been a really, really long time. I know most of you are probably really tired of hearing this story, but way back when I shared the Orson Welles Frozen Peas commercials, and I said, wouldn't it be funny if Wayne June did his own version of these. And what I didn't appreciate was Wayne June is actually very good at sort of responding to fans and things like that. So he gave it a laugh and shared this William Shatner, like kind of a comparable audio recording of him sort of receiving some really bad direction from a tech and him just being utterly merciless to that tech. So I had a good laugh about it. And then I kind of thought, it was on a day I was going to stream, and I was like, you know what? I like Darkest Dungeon. I should probably go back to it. And there's a really long period where I sort of took a break. So actually the name of it being The Forgotten Estate is... it wasn't intentional, but is definitely appropriate. So I came back to it. We've been streaming it for a while, and we clearly got past that point where I hadn't seen anything else. And I guess it was 2 streams ago we finally made it to the final encounter of the Darkest Dungeon. And it's really an exceptional game. I did get a chance to talk to someone who worked on both the original and on the sequel. And I sort of had explained that, because the sequel had just been released when I was talking to them, and I said, I definitely plan on playing number 2, but I haven't actually beaten the first one yet. I'd kind of like to go through it. And he sort of said, it's like, almost nobody beat the first one. Like, the point of the second game is to say, it's like, yeah, you know that good time that you had with Darkest Dungeon? I want to give you a little something like that. You don't need to beat the original game to get through it. So I will probably play a little more Darkest Dungeon 2 before I consider streaming it. Actually, Irrepressible, so I definitely know where you're coming from on that. I think there's a few people who feel that way. I also think there's a lot of people who really, really like the sequel as well. I hope you do take a chance to share your thoughts with Red Hook, because there is a reason why they're doing early access, and the thing to remember is that the early access for Darkest Dungeon was not just one constant upward stream towards the game that you love. There was the Corpse and the Hound update where, the dev team wound up with death threats over that, and there was a genuine worry that this really promising early access game, that story and that momentum had just been transformed into, reckless devs destroy promising game. Now, I'll be honest with you, I don't think the feedback that Red Hook got was necessarily the most constructive or the most desirable. But I do think it's demonstrated that is a team that is willing to take feedback, and potentially feedback that's presented in the worst possible light, and still turn it into something great. So, if anything, I hope, even if you decide that, Darkest Dungeon 2 is permanently not for you, I do hope that you share that, because I have a feeling that, this is a team that wants to hear that, even if they ultimately decide to go in a different direction. And I say that partially because I know, for myself, it does take quite a bit for me to speak out to a dev. Just because, again, particularly for a popular game, right, you sort of think, well, are we gonna, what do we... Is anybody even going to read this thing? And usually the answer is actually yes. You would be surprised. Again, it's never. I don't think there's any use in BSing people and saying is oh yeah, if you just give them the feedback, they'll turn it into the game that you want. No, it could actually be that there's a creative direction that they've gone into that doesn't speak to you, and in the end, the game. The game is something different, and that sucks because obviously you love Darkest Dungeon and want to love Darkest Dungeon 2. But I also think, if nobody gives the feedback, then they don't have the opportunity to turn it into the thing that people want it to be. But yeah, man, the only problem I run into, so I think the ending is great. I know people kind of talk about it being a Lovecraftian game, but that ending is definitely straight out Lovecraft. I don't really have a whole lot more to say about it, because I really feel like a lot of what I had to say about the game I said while I was playing it, right? That you have this very interesting premise of, the the physical part actually isn't that important. You've got a stagecoach full of new people to arrive. You instantly heal at the end of every expedition. But constantly fighting monsters, constantly putting yourself in danger will really wear you down. And there are some things that don't heal. And just the way that goes through every element of the design. And again, that's from the Hamlet to the individual stress mechanics. The way that it represents team dynamics. I can definitely come up with the mappings from like things I've seen in my workplace versus what's represented inside of Darkest Dungeon. The game is a great game on its own, right? It's interesting to play. The combat is fun. There's lots of dilemmas and hard choices. Glad you can see the end, but you need to sleep time. Thank you. It is D-Pain. I really appreciate you bringing your people here, especially because I obviously didn't give you the warmest welcome. I know I normally give like a big shout out to everybody on this, but it's the first time I've beaten Darkest Dungeon. I hope you can forgive me, but I really appreciate you stopping by, and everybody, particularly everybody who stayed from D-Pain, from Night, from Ecorb. I'm pretty sure it was Ecorb. Stream. I know you sign up for one broadcaster, and usually when somebody hosts, it's just different from what you signed up for, right? So you come along on the raid to be polite, but you sometimes sign off, and I never want to take that stuff for granted. I have a great respect for these streamers, and I really do appreciate those of you that did hang around past the initial raid. I appreciate giving you giving me the chance to give you a little evening entertainment, particularly because I've been having some bandwidth issues for the past couple of streams, so I've not been feeling at my best, and it's nice to have some bodies to have kicking around the channel. But I don't know, like it's just it's got the elements of XCOM that I like in it. It's got the the turn-based combat I kind of like. I really like how it's obvious, like I was saying before, like even little things like the things that you would notice as maybe being imperfections in another game. The fact that some of the backgrounds actually kind of look like they're just sort of like they look like the kinds of backdrops you'd have on a film set. Right? Like if you look in the background as you're moving, like with the parallax and that, you can totally see some of the backgrounds just stretched out, and just warping along the bottom. Like it is not the thing you would see in a Battlefield game, but it doesn't have to be, because most of the time you're not paying attention to that. And I really love the fact that the design, like particularly when I talk about like the art, I'm talking about the art direction. It really feels like Red Hook has a great insight in terms of what you are paying attention to on the screen at any given moment. And so this is little things like, when certain bits of art get reused constantly, but you never notice it until you explicitly look for it. I love that. Because again, it really feels like I don't know if it was just the two people. I guess I can look at the credits. Yeah, there's a few other... Well, then again, I mean, there's also been some expansions, so... interesting. So there's Butcher Circus was designed by someone different. I also have a feeling that there's going to be Kickstarter backers in this as well, so I should have let this run. The backgrounds and tile sets all about classic old horror film. Yeah, that's actually really... I never really thought of it that way, but you're absolutely right. Oh, this is Danny Baranowski. Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. I didn't think of it, but as soon as you say it, it absolutely rings true. I think Claire de Lune is one of the modding community or not managers, but like does the modding stuff. Yeah, there's very little. I mean, so I really don't like focusing on the negative stuff, but like especially now having gone through like the very end, having like played the whole thing through, I gotta be honest with you, like there's something kind of silly about people coming into a stream trying to convince you that the game that you're playing and enjoying isn't good, or that you're not actually enjoying it. Oh, Tom Fulp, Forces Evil. Oh, Jesus. This is really neat to see so many names that you see in other games in these credits. Like there's something really silly about that. I would have loved, by the way, to be a Kickstarter backer on this game, but I only found out about it after the only after like it had been released out into early access. So a shame. It's actually one of the reasons why I jumped in as early as I could on Darkest Dungeon 2. But yeah, I mean, there's just something silly about that at the start. But I really strongly believe that the seat of the argument, and this is a couple of people, like the idea that the seeded random numbers is somehow the game cheating or somehow makes the game unenjoyable. I do sort of understand when people say, you know, you should be able to play the game the way you want. And this is usually said in the argument against, you know, certain kinds of save systems and such. And sometimes these saving systems are, they're built that way so they don't put you in these like impossible situations where you need to start over from the beginning. And like I can be sympathetic to it, but I think the thing is that I don't believe Darkest Dungeon would be the same game if it gave you the opportunity to save again. Like, even if you had like the optional Iron Man mode, the fact that you have the option to undo something, it's I just think it gives you a sense of safety that personally I think would make it a lesser game. I am not gonna lie, it is frustrating to lose really valuable characters and to have to work your way back up. Obviously I spent a whole stream last week trying to bring my people back, but there is a reason why my hands were a little shaky, you know, a little shaky going into those last few moments, and why I felt great finishing that finishing that final boss. I love it when I see I prefer to remain anonymous in the list of credits. Yeah, I mean, I could keep on talking about how much I enjoyed this game. I clearly had a great time with it, even when the game is just kicking me in the nuts. It's hard not to enjoy the experience. And I think the thing that I liked the most was that even after playing it for quite some time, I really like the fact that I was learning new things. Like I was in an earlier iteration of this playthrough, I would never consider using positions that would move me that would move me from position 1 to position 4. And obviously I would have a huge weakness whenever I was ambushed, because it would I'd fall apart. I'd have to spend like 1 or 2 turns sort of moving everyone around. And then eventually I started feeling, I kind of got over my fear on that, and then I would go into things like having the highwayman that leaps and then uses the point blank shot, or jumping between the shield breaker and the highwayman. And I think if I'd played a little bit longer, I would have worked out some trinkets to give people different speeds, so that I could Ryan Clark. That's Brace Yourself, the head of the Brace Yourself, CEO, founder of Brace Yourself Games. I'm sure I've missed like a bunch of names that I should be recognizing on this, but I do want to talk about what I enjoy about the game too. So yeah, I really love the fact that I was still sort of learning new things and learning new ways of overcoming the challenges. And again, if I had the opportunity of reloading, I wouldn't. I would have basically iterated over all of those choices, within the first hour or two of the game, and there wouldn't have been as much for me to learn. The fact that each time I did something risky, there was always the danger that I would lose something really valuable. Just kept this sense of dread hanging over the stream at all times, which I really, really enjoyed. So look, I mean, like, people are allowed to like what they like and not like what they don't. If you feel that seeded RNG, like the fact that at the start of the game, essentially the random numbers are a big sequence that has been determined, right? They're random numbers in the sense that, they're kind of being drawn from, they're being drawn from a distribution that's just sort of set. It's, it's if you're a determinist, basically that's kind of the way this game is set up. So if you were to, I mean, one of the people who was like whining about it was like, it's obvious that they like tried to crash out the game and go in, and they were like, yeah, the game cheats on the random numbers. Cause I had somebody who only had a 20% chance of dying, and they were, they died like 5 times in a row. And like the thing is that they outed themselves as somebody who was trying to cheat at the game. So I have like no sympathy for someone like that, right? And it's like, well, no, because it's a sequence of numbers. That number was up, and yes, you tried to. I realize you feel entitled to a new draw each time that you play the game, but that's not what the game said at the beginning. The game said at the beginning, you get one save, you get one attempt, and your consequences are permanent. You can play it on the easier difficulty if you want. And that's the big challenge, is that nobody really wants to. And I think this is a terrible feature of gaming, is that there are way too many people who assign some value to playing a game on like hard or on normal or just basically anything but easy. And yet, like, look at Civilization, a game that continues to sell incredibly well even after like 30 years. That game has 9 different difficulties. Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, whether or not the universe is, like, the only way I'm ever going to experience life is as a predetermined sequence of numbers, right? Even if that isn't the actual, even if the world is not structured in such a way, I'm going to experience it as that. And again, it's not like every game, there's actually very few games that will benefit from more realism, in my opinion. We play games generally because they have a point to make, or because they have a, they have a particular perspective, and they kind of do a caricature, right? Like, again, the world of Darkest Dungeon, you have a never-ending sequence of people willing to throw themselves into the greatest dangers possible. You can say to 4 people with absolutely no experience whatsoever, go into the place where there is the heart of evil, and they'll go. and they will fight, to the bitter end. That would never happen if you added another level of realism, right? You do get a little bit of pushback from your team in the sense that people will not take on a challenge that they feel is beneath them. But you can put people into certain death, and they will follow, like, smiling. Yeah, honestly, I think the developers of Civilization, I'd be surprised if, like one. I don't know if like 0.1% is actually a whole person, but I would not be surprised if the people who make Civilization don't play on Deity. I believe Soren Johnson's been pretty clear that he does not play on deity. Yeah, and if they go to the Darkest Dungeon, they refuse to go back. Although, from what I understand, apparently, I think somebody said this in chat, like, apparently if you play it on the easier difficulty, there's, like, a stress penalty for throwing them in. Like, they'll go in, but they just get a higher stress amount, which, I mean, in the final battle is actually a really big deal, it turns out. But yeah, I think actually, so to bring it back to the final fight, the one thing I will say that I really like about the final fight is it really feels like every lesson you learn, either fighting a boss or going through the game, it really feels like you use every lesson that the game has taught you before to overcome it. And I never really thought about that until I got to the end, but it feels like that's the way it's built. But yeah, I mean, again, I think I can praise Darkest Dungeon without talking about people. The thing is, though, is like those people are not coming back to the stream. I know they're not. So, you know, I always find it fun. Hey, Matt Donatelli, he's also, I think he's a producer at Brace Yourself. So, like I said, it's kind of exciting to me. One of the things that I realized, I think this is a few years back, or was it a year back? Anyways, I did a game called One Must Fall 2097, because I had a feeling there'd be a heavy nostalgia level for it. At least not right now. Maybe they like Titan. Hopefully they like Titan. But no, I know one of them I visited. I'm trying not to say who it is. So, but one of them I visited them on their stream, and I think they'd been drinking a little bit too much, but they let me know what they really thought of me. And, you know, I was polite about it. I said, well, it looks like you want to fight. And, I mean, if you want to have it out, I can be a lot less kind than I am being right now. But, you know, I think you might want to think a little bit about what you're saying here. They sort of back down, but like that's the last I've heard from them. And frankly, I have no intention of coming back there, because why would you show up to somewhere you're not wanted, right? But they were one of the more aggressive people, like trying to convince me that this was actually not it was definitely not like they were one of the people who were really, really invested in convincing me that I was not actually enjoying this game I was having the time of my life with. So it's one of the reasons why I feel like under normal circumstances I wouldn't even make the comparison. But in this case here, this is somebody who's just kind of like a bit of a at this point it's just silly, right? So it's, you know, it would be unkind to say the name, so I'm not going to. But it's funny enough that I feel like I can kind of say, yeah, there is genuinely someone who came in here on multiple streams and tried to tell me that I wasn't actually liking the game. And I mean, they'll go on, you know, I'm sure they have friends in the real world who like them and think they're a great person. I don't want to cast them to the lake of fire, but I'm definitely happy to avoid. Yes, you know, I phoned up Shroud and personally said, you know, I think you're a bit of a dick, dude. And he said, well, you know, nobody watches you anyway. And we left it at that. I've never watched Shroud, but I know that is a big name on Twitch. But yeah, like I said, I can praise Darkest Dungeon without talking about people you don't need to spend too much time thinking about. But it's a really, really great game. I will say there's a couple of things that I might suggest for those of you who are still hanging around and have struggled a bit with the game. So number one, I really mean it when I say there's a lot of games in people's libraries now. You only have so much time. Okay, there's only a certain amount of time that's healthy to play games in. There is more to life than games, reading books, seeing people, especially with like the lockdowns and that. I've been trying to get outside quite a bit more. You know, going for coffee. deciding whether or not the job you have is really worth it. And if you don't like your current job, working towards finding something a little more in line with what you want to do, right? There's a lot of things that are not related to gaming and in fact, can be sacrificed in the name of playing more games. Spending time with family. So there's only so much time you can spend on gaming. And if you are struggling with something, if you're hitting the wall and it's not fun, right? For me, playing Darkest Dungeon was struggling with the challenges and being able to get better, to build on top of them. I mean, I think it's a week away from me. Or actually, I can't remember a person. You're not in Ottawa, are you? I know there's a couple people who watch who are in Ottawa, but I can't remember if you were one of them. But it's like, I think in a week we're finally going to be in weather that's above zero. There's been a couple of nice days, but there's when I got my coffee this before the stream, it was a bit chilly. It was an iced coffee by the time I was home. But Omaha, gotcha. Spelled a bit like. Tell Warren Buffett to support the stream. He's a patron of the arts. I think if you're hitting the wall and it's like you just feel like you're kind of banging against, like the thing is, I did enjoy trying new things and seeing how I could overcome some of the challenges. And obviously on a couple of them I just got really lucky, right? Like we got through 2 of the Darkest Dungeon components the first time we tried them. And the final battle we got the second time. But of course the second time I had a lot of kind of intel on what was coming in. I don't necessarily like playing games with wikis and advice because it's a chance for me to sort of build my victory, right? I don't know if the team that I brought in is considered optimal for the final fight, but it was my read of what dealing with the problems that I ran into in the final fight. And I felt very good that I was able to read that correctly and that it was adaptable enough to deal with the fact that I was guaranteed to lose half of my... Well, I don't know if there's a way of dodging those guaranteed deaths, I suppose. But in that case, it felt like it was kind of a preordained death for half the party. So the biggest thing I can say on that is that if you're not like me, and I definitely get that... I mean, the existence of wikis for games says that I am something of an outlier in preferring to play games that way. Please don't feel like there's some lesser experience by lowering the difficulty. I think it's better to just play a game that you enjoy and then to be able to get to the other stuff in your list than just have this scowl on your face the whole time while you feel like you need to grind up another set of heroes. I definitely understand people's frustration when they need to rebuild a party based on some of the bigger losses. For me, I think those valleys do enhance the highs, and they allow you... The biggest thing that I learned out of that was it was a chance for me to sort of realign the party composition to something that was a little more effective. I think that was one of the mechanisms that allowed me to try new things. And I mean, sometimes you just have to send a suboptimal party out, and you learn some new things that way as well. So, again, whether you learn that stuff from a wiki or whether you like to experiment, I think there was enough... I think basically the stuff that I understand is frustrating, particularly the grind, I saw as an opportunity to sort of learn and build, and so I was able to get through knowing that feeling of the final win was just a little bit away. In fact, I've got the achievements I got out of that were... Oh, does it not say my recent achievements? I know I got 3 achievements. Let me see. I'll tab out. We'll get to host somebody. So, entry level, complete the game on Radiant. Definitely didn't do that. Wow, 5.6% of people have beaten Darkest Dungeon. That's a very small number. Strict mode, complete the game with default difficulty options. That falls to 3.7%. And then victory such as it is, complete the game. So I wonder what the percentage is for... Quite a few achievements I don't have. But I am curious what the numbers are for Stygian or whatever they're... I guess it's Blood Moon now that it's Crimson Court. So the rarest achievement seems to be tied for Blood Soaks the Sand, win 100 matches in the Butcher's Circus, Be Still My Heart, cause 150 heart attacks in the Butcher's Circus, and Blood Flood, kill 600 enemies in the Butcher's Circus. Now I have a feeling that the rarities of these probably have a little bit more to do with... They probably have a little more to do with the fact that the Butcher's Circus is new and that probably a lot of people have not played this, or at least... Yeah, no, I think the denominator would still be the same for everyone who owns Darkest Dungeon. There are some here, so there's like 3 that don't have any descriptions that are 0.4%. So In the Mouth of Madness, Blood Cult, and Rainbow's End. I'm assuming that these are probably dealing with maybe beating some of the DLC. So I don't know about Mouth of Madness, but Blood Cult and Rainbow's End maybe strike me as something you'd get if you, maybe if you like beat the Crimson Court, like the Guardian or something like that. Devil's Luck. This is ridiculous. So Devil's Luck, have a hero survive 5 death's door checks in a single match. We were close to that once. Might have actually been the first time we did the final boss fight. I'm really looking for the one that... oh, here we go. World End. So 1% have completed the game on Stygian. And I don't know if there's anything... Yeah, the Red Hook, 3.2%. So I think there's more people who... Oh, well, there's more people who built the Red Hook than have beat the Countess. Interesting. Huh. I'm a little surprised about some of these achievements here. I think I'm getting a bit of a read in terms of... yeah, so I'm noticing a lot of those rare achievements were... I believe they were... DLC, so from the base game, it's World End is the rarest achievement, 1%. The rarest achievement I have in the game that I've accomplished, mine goes to 11, kill a Squiffy Ghast with a Jester. Oh, right, that's actually really funny. So it's the musician versus musician thing. If you're wrapping up, I wanted to ask if you had any inside info on the Book of Hours prototype. Nothing that I haven't seen inside the blog post. I'm not gonna lie, I would actually really love it if I got scoops, because like obviously I have been invited to do the Steam streams. But maybe just to clarify, like, so the thing I'm actually kind of glad you asked that question, just because I have a feeling that sometimes people might guess that I'm privy to secret stuff. There's actually a set of people who beta test. So like, I think Exile had a group of people who tested it before it came out. And I think that was true for a few different releases. And I'm not actually in that group. It's possible that if I asked, I might be in. Like I've never really felt the need to ask. But in this case, it truly is for anything. Like if I... Okay, sorry. There's maybe one thing I'll say. The times I have been told things that are special information, I've specifically been told to keep it to myself. When I'm allowed to talk about it, I do, and I do so in a conspicuous way. But yeah, the simple answer to your question is no. I don't know anything about the Book of Hours prototype that wasn't in the blog post. But I'm very eager to get my hands on it. because obviously I really liked playing Cultist Simulator back when it was like a proof of concept, really. So yeah, I mean it's a great, and I don't think they use the Discord that much anymore. I think there was a specific request not to participate in the Discord as much. So I do think the mailing list is the best way to get the official word. I mean, please don't take that as like a knock on the Discord. The Discord is fine, but I think there was something that was said in response to a Q&A that was taken in a very negative way, and it didn't need to be. And so I think the decision was, rather than have things that would be misinterpreted, just keep official communications official, and don't let a more casual format like the Discord turn things that aren't intended as proclamations to be proclamations. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm kind of. This is like a big long goodbye. So I think a lot of you came for Darkest Dungeon, and now I'm not talking about Darkest Dungeon. For those of you who are still sticking around, thank you so much. I think this is going to be it for me with Darkest Dungeon. I'll probably play a little bit on my own. So actually, if you look at my campaigns, I've got 4 different games on the go. As you can see, 2 of them haven't got very much progress. I don't even remember. I mean, apparently I played this one in 2019 before. 2018? Good God, what am I doing? Oh, this one I probably opened at the wrong time. So I bet I actually haven't played this till even further. Oh yeah, here's the other thing that I'll just say in terms of Darkest Dungeon. If you have the DLC and the opening message says you should be experienced, if you know how the game works, if you don't get confused by thank you very much for the bits, Cuswald. I hope you got to see the ending. I don't know if I saw your chat while we were in there. I'm hoping we weren't buffering too much during the final fight, because it was fun. I was very nervous. But yeah, if the warning scares you off, turn on the DLC. The DLC is awesome, and I highly recommend playing it. But yeah, I think this is it for me with Darkest Dungeon. If you want to see Darkest Dungeon 2, I don't mind playing it, but I got a few more things that I want to get off my plate. Just a quick reminder, Darkest Dungeon, I think there's 3 more things on the list of games that I've played on the stream and wanted to return to. Darkest Dungeon was one of them, and they are now off the list. So I will, might take a little bit of time to kind of go Ronin and mess around a little bit with Free Fridays, but I will find a new game to play. If you have any suggestions, or if you have things that you'd like to see, definitely feel free to send them in chat, tweet them, mention them in the Discord. I'm reasonably easy to get in touch with through these through most methods. And again, I don't always. So I should be clear that I don't always directly follow through on the game that people want to see. So if somebody says, I'd really like to see you play Pillars of Eternity, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to wind up playing Pillars of Eternity. But if I wind up getting something like, oh, hey, you've got a early key for Baldur's Gate 3, which actually happened, by the way. Why don't you, do you want to give this a shot? I'm definitely in a point where I have to turn down keys. So yeah, even someone as small as me is actually turning down keys. This is the ridiculous levels to which games are getting released at this point. So I should just say that feedback like that helps me when an opportunity comes up. I get an idea of the flavor of thing that people want to see. So it's pretty clear that people seem to quite like Darkest Dungeon. And maybe there's something about the way that I play it and do the strategy which makes me say, okay, I should check this out. I think some people mentioned a game called Battle Brothers, which I should be checking out. I can make inferences based on what I see in terms of the data. But I do actually find it helpful when people mention specific games, because even if I don't get to play that specific game, I'm able to sort of say, okay, so, again, I'll give the Pillars of Eternity examples. Like, Pillars of Eternity is probably not going to work very well on the stream for me, but, oh, hey, I've got a chance to do Baldur's Gate 3. Well, I think I could enjoy Baldur's Gate 3, and it seems like there's an appetite for that kind of CRPG, so let's give that one a shot. And I think that's worked well for me in the past. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that you were familiar with it. Thank you, Olaf. I hope you got a chance to see the end. But yeah, I don't know. Last chance for anybody to say anything about the game or what a skilled player I am, and, green eyes and sexual charisma and all that. Oh, excellent. Okay. Good on you, by the way. Olaf's done a really good job of sort of finding the line in terms of where you can keep stuff secret about a game, but you can still talk about it. So I'm pretty sure Olaf has been waiting for a couple of weeks to watch me react to the forced death of one of my characters. Oh, that's really good. I'm actually glad a lot of you got a chance to see that, because I know the VOD's going to have like an hour of me complaining about my ISP for a while, and I do apologize for that. But I want to try and find somebody to host tonight before I lose too many of you, and I actually really appreciate those of you who stuck around through some of the problems. But yeah, like I said, last chance to talk about it. And actually, I can give you a couple of choices here. Kilgore Trout is currently playing the Elder Scrolls Arena, and Valiant Cheese is currently doing game development. He is making a Minesweeper style. Archaeology game. It's an archaeology game, paleontology game. I know you literally just got here and missed it all. I hope you enjoyed the game. I want to see your reaction to the end. Yeah, so last couple of hours. Would it be 2 or 3 hours, do you think? Anyways, yeah, we definitely finished the game. I'm sorry, Pyrobomb. I feel bad. I know I'm losing viewers here, and I'd really like to be able to give a nice host to either Kilgore or Cheese. So does anybody have an opinion here? Who would like to see game development and who would like to see gameplay, particularly the very first Elder Scrolls game? I'm happy to host either one. I think Kilgore might be on for a bit longer than Valiant Cheese. So I gotta be clear, Pyrobama. You may not see Minesweeper played. Valiant Cheese is developing a game which is Minesweeper. Okay, Olaf, vote for Elder Scrolls. I am leaning somewhat towards Kilgore Trout with Elder Scrolls because I've got my Elder Scrolls playthrough. I've got 21 days of Elder Scrolls gameplay on YouTube. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Those of you who want to see game development, because I know there's a few aspiring game developers who are regulars on the channel, you can check out Valiant Cheese over here. We're going to raid Kilgore Trout, who is a fellow Canadian, and I believe he is actually going to do... Oh, Spirited Spider, thank you so much for the raid. I am actually getting ready to host wonderful Canadian streamer. I actually just beat Darkest Dungeon today, so I really appreciate that, but I am the worst person to do that to. So if you want to turn your raid around, totally get it, really appreciate it, and I'm sorry to be such a pain like this. But if you want to watch some Elder Scrolls Arena, Kilgore Trout actually plays classic games on original hardware, and he's about to start on something that I've been doing. I actually do my Dark Elf with a in-character voice. But Kilgore is actually going through the entire Elder Scrolls series, which is about I'm going to host. But for those of you who want to see Darkest Dungeon, you know where to check. And for those of you who want the game development, you can check out Valiant Cheese. But I'm not going to deny Kilgore Trout anymore. I really apologize. And again, for those of you who want to see the finale of the game, check the VOD. I will also put it up on YouTube. The ISP problems seem to go away after the first hour or so. So, anyways, we're raiding Kilgore. Thank you very much for watching. I'm sorry to do such a long goodbye. But I will hopefully see you all Monday for Stellaris if the internet can kind of keep its act together. Wednesday, hopefully we'll fix all of the internet problems. And we'll figure out what's going on Friday when we can. But until next time, have a good one. Be good to one another.